Yes. Oh, hey everyone. How's it going? It is I, the real Randy Chavez, coming at you today with podcast number 319 with Ashbox Gaming on everything. Everyone say hello to Dashi. Hello, Dashi.
Hello,
And
Dashi.
here is a little blurb that I wrote with the help of Monaco Seltzer. Our guest today goes by Ashbox Gaming. From first glance, you see beauty, success, flash, and chill vibes. As one of the privileged people who has gotten to spend time with her, I'll quote Optimus Prime and say, there's more to this one than meets the eye. Ash is a collector, gamer, and self-described lover of 90s and Y2K nostalgia. She comes from a time where you grew up watching technology transform the world while still remembering what life was like before we were constantly connected. Her philosophy is simple. Life's better offline. By day, she works in the world of yachting, a career that gave her a unique perspective on travel, money, the things money can buy, and the people around it. Outside of work, she's immersed in the things many of us grew up loving. Video games, Pokemon, collecting art, fitness, and the communities that form around those shared passions. But beneath the hobbies is something deeper. Ash has a genuine love for animals, sharing her life with numerous cats, and dreaming one day of owning enough land to care for all types of creatures. That dream extends beyond pets into a desire to help animal rescues and create a place where animals can be safe, cared for, and loved. In a world that often pushes us towards bigger screens, faster content, and constant noise, Ash represents something increasingly rare, a dying breed who appreciates nostalgia without living in the past. She embraces technology without being consumed by it and values real experiences. She represents what it means to have meaningful connections and the simple joy of pursuing what you love. I'm lucky enough to know the side that not everyone gets to see. I see the funny, kind, and caring side, the warmth of friendship, and can sense that 90s kid that still gets to enjoy the childlike wonder and amazement that comes with fandom, the things that require a more honest and simple soul. In this conversation, I hope Ash can inculcate in me the art of finding balance in a hyper-connected world and what it means to build a life that's authentically your own. I also hope everyone watching can listen and get a glimpse into what I've seen and can get a look at how the world is viewed from her eyes. Please welcome Ashbox Gaming. Meow.
That was incredible.
Oh, thank you.
Like, you know me so well, honestly. I'm so
That's
honored by such an introduction, so thank you.
that's good to hear. Considering we kind of only met once, yeah, that's good to hear.
And that's
Um,
what's incredible is like, because, that we had a pretty long day together and we were able to just talk about so much. And the fact that you were able to extract everything that you just, everything that I said, you basically reiterated back. So I'm very impressed.
Part of the um, being me is just being a writer and just can sometimes explain certain things in a way that again give me a few of these and 7 minutes and we got ourselves an intro. So obviously we'll go for give me all night, I'll go for like 6 hours, but I want to start with kind of early yourself and then get into like all the stuff that we loved. I remember a meme that you had posted. This is like a month ago, maybe. And it was about a guy in a corner, like the meme of the guy in the corner at the party. And most things would be like, they don't even know that I held Bitcoin since like 2012. But your meme had something different. It had a guy talking about a PS Vita. I don't really remember what he said. Um, it was about like the potential of a PS Vita and how nobody knew what it was. What do you feel or think of when you see that meme? Do you feel like the heartache and of loss of potential, or the yearning for games past, or the nostalgia for those games that were on it? Like, what do you see with that?
Well, first, let me know if there's any like background noise or anything. I just want to make sure that you can hear me okay.
Yeah, I think we're good now.
Okay. Um, as far as that meme, so I just remember going through like all the different stages of consoles. My passion for gaming started so young. So when anything new came out, I wanted to try it. Could I afford every single one? No, but I kind of went down the path of PlayStation versus Xbox, even though I, respected them all. So when, there was a couple variations of the PSP. And then we got the PS Vita, which is like this slick model. You could, honestly, it's been such a long time, but I just remember I had it briefly and it was just like, man, this is so cool. There's so much potential. But then, the next console comes out, the next generation. And so it just kind of felt short lived, at least for me. But I mean, I was the girl in high school. Everybody had their iPods and stuff. And I had my music downloaded on the PSP 1000, which was like the original brick. And everybody was like, oh, that's so strange. You just carry around this like PSP. But I was just going to do me.
We would have been such good friends. So speaking of nostalgia, 90s baby like me, what was your earliest memory? I assume in the 90s. Take us back. What do you remember?
My earliest memory in the 90s, like when it comes to that lore or just in general?
Anything.
Wow. So I guess my earliest memory ever, I think I was 2 or 3 years old, and our yellow lab, Sandy, at the time, he ran outside and I was in my diaper and I was just running like into the street to like catch my dog. And I guess my mom grabbed me, but that's literally my earliest memory.
That reminds me of it was like a meme or maybe a video I saw about this like little Asian girl. She's watching like it was a cartoon of like this dog, and the dog's crying and she's trying to like wipe its eyes, and the caption is like, when you know your kid is like good coded. So going back to the nerd fandom, what was the first cartoon or anime that you like fell in love with? Maybe not the first one you saw, but the first one that you're like, oh, I like this.
Oof. Okay, so trying to think of my earliest memory, like the first one that really stuck out for me. And I could have my timeline a little, like it's kind of a little blurred, but I just remember us having a console, like the Nintendo 64 was the earliest ones we've ever owned. And my older sister, Rachel, she got to play these games before us. And The Legend of Zelda, just something about it. Yeah, like it inspired me so much. And I feel like I almost took on Link's. It sounds crazy, but I just really admired him, and I kind of saw the world from that perspective. And that whole story, there's so many patterns of today that repeat that, like overcoming the darkness. And, but as far as cartoons, oof, I loved so many. There was Rugrats, Hey Arnold, Rocket Power, I was obsessed with. And then, of course, Pokemon. I think I was about 8 or 9 years old.
I think we were younger. I think we were like seven maybe. Yeah.
Yeah. I could have my dates a little wrong, but I think the cartoon came over from Japan in 98. Please fact check me, but
yeah,
that's when it really started getting bigger in the US.
There's Earth2, we love it. VeVe and Akomi, we'll definitely be talking about that later because we're both very big fans. For Legend of Zelda, what it teaches you, like the just courage, wisdom, and power. Have the courage to do things that are scary to do. Study hard, learn a lot, and then just get strong. Just be virtuous and be protector of the weak. Out of the shows that you mentioned, did any of them like stick with you? Like, do you still like rewatch them, or did you like grow out of like the first ones that you saw?
I definitely gave Indigo series another run with Pokemon.
Oh, okay, the Indigo. Okay,
Yeah.
the Indigo League. Yeah.
So that's the original, and some of them, the nostalgia is great, but then other episodes are like, okay, that's I can skip that one.
Which ones do you skip? Like the Charmander and Butterfree one, or like because those get me big, mad, and sad.
The The Pikachu one for sure, where there's like all the Pikachus and they're just singing the song like Pika 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 or whatever. And I'm like, all right, that I definitely feel like I've moved on from that. But even just how the cartoon looks, like it was all hand drawn, and the color scheme, it really brings me back, and I love that. Um, SpongeBob is so relevant in my life. Like my sister and I constantly send SpongeBob memes. It
Same.
reflects life so well.
I just saw a
And
TikTok where it was just a random scene that we all probably took for granted. It's when Squilliam Fancy Son is calling Squidward because he told him like, oh, perform in the bubble bowl. And then he says like, I hope all the fans have lots of ibuprofen. And all the comments like, why did he say ibuprofen like that? And it's like, yeah, like we took it for granted as a kid, but it's so funny now. And
yeah,
I love
I
that stuff.
haven't actually watched the cartoon in a long time, but I've been telling my sister we need to rewatch it.
That's
Um,
probably I go over this a lot on the show where I know Avatar is a better show, but the first like 3 seasons of SpongeBob are so good and better than like a lot of anime that I've watched. It's so quotable. It's so
it's
good.
so quotable. But I was just gonna say that Avatar: The Last Airbender is one of my favorite series. Like
Yeah.
I've rewatched that so many times. The same thing. It's just it teaches so many just good things to you. It helps you become a virtuous person, and that's what I believe in. So I really, really bond, just create this bond with cartoons or TV shows that discuss that.
There's a manga called Fruits Basket. They made a couple animes about it. The first one has like nothing to do with the manga. The second one I think does a little bit more. And the main character's mom in a flashback says that like, hey, you should always remember what it's like to have done your first flip on the monkey bars the first time you scraped your knee, because then when your kid does that, even if you don't remember fully, you can at least meet him like halfway. And there's a bunch of people out there like the normies that are just like, oh, you watch like cartoons, you watch like anime, like they think it's more childish than childlike. What do you say to those people? How do you feel about them? Do you feel bad for them because they'll never experience it? Are you like angry with them that they're like judging on like the judge a book by its cover? What are your thoughts?
When I was younger, I was heavily judged for that stuff. Like I was definitely kind of the odd one because I just liked what I liked and it wasn't the norm. So when I was younger, it, I tried to understand where they were coming from, and now just you know being in my mid 30s, it's more like to each their own. Some people were raised around it. Like I have really close friends that have never played a video game in their life, and they read books. And as much as I respect people that get like huge into the Lord of the Rings books and Game of Thrones, I can't imagine having better visualization in a book than a video game and exploring a 3D world. So I just try to that's the thing. I've accepted myself and I'm comfortable. Like I'm so proud of what I do love. And when people don't reflect that, like they just don't understand, it's okay. They haven't experienced for themselves. And so I don't really focus so much on that judgment. It's just like that lack of experience.
Agreed. I more feel bad for them. Like when Harry Potter is um on the ground in I think it's book 5, The Order of the Phoenix, and he's telling Voldemort like, I feel sorry for you because you'll never know love or friendship. And I know it sounds so corny, and it is, but it's also like, yeah, like, damn, these evil people are just, yeah, they're feel bad for them.
I
Um,
definitely feel like that sinking feeling like, dang, like you don't even know what it's like to just experience. I don't know if you saw on my story, but something I post every few years is just how incredible it is to live different lives in this life by playing video games.
Yes.
And I just can't imagine not being able to escape sometimes. And it's not even like an unhealthy escape. That's the beauty of being human is we have imagination. We're creative.
I took a screenshot of that because it reminded me of something I wrote on Facebook like years ago. So I have the screenshot where you said, the thing about gaming for me is getting to experience so many different worlds and roles in one lifetime. And that like unlocked a core memory of mine. And I went back, I was like, oh my God, this is so true. Um, yeah, that was a fun one. Um, so that does, I I screenshotted what I wrote as well. And it it started with that, but then I guess it was around the time where there was like a mass shooting and people were blaming video games. So I want to
Mm,
read you what I wrote, and then I want like your thoughts on it.
sure.
Um, I said, I live in two worlds. One is the world you all know. The other is the world of games. I've been a resident of the Mushroom Kingdom, teamed up with Yoshi and threw eggs at bone dragons. I've helped Donkey Kong get his bananas back. Saw to it that Samus got help in Kirby's Dream Land 3, fought alongside Star Fox in the battle for Lilac, experienced absurdities while raising Pokemon, became the hero of time with Link, and so much more. They're rewarding worlds, worlds that have shaped mine and my friends' lives impermeably and forever. I don't know why horrific things happen, but to say that some of these games are responsible for mass shootings is irresponsible and wrong. Shooters, RPGs, fighting, platform, fantasy, take your pick. None of which are responsible for mass murders. Take it from a guy that has 7 gaming tattoos, now it's like 12, loves everyone. Video games aren't the problem. I know this gets into like 2 different things, like gaming and then like the gun control issue, but just your general thoughts on all of it. Would love it.
I remember hearing that growing up too. Just parents not understanding video games and then blaming the violence on them. And a perfect example is when I was a kid, I remember Grand Theft Auto came out. And it was so graphic that I physically felt ill at times, like, because I would go to a friend's house. I don't even remember how old I was when it came out, but we weren't allowed to have that game. And I'd see my friend throwing a grenade and people blowing up, and I'm like, what? Which then I got desensitized, and I'm like, oh, this is cool. I want to play this game. I want this game. So we would ride down to the corner store, rent it without my mom knowing what we were doing, and then we'd play. And but I've played violent games. I've played all sorts of games, and it's never once made me want to do something like that. So I think it has a lot to do with maybe trauma, a lack of identity, like broken family systems, which I also grew up with. It's just it affects people differently. Um, Even Call of Duty. I mean, I would play Call of Duty competitively and I would fall asleep and I just have these kind of fever dreams of just being in a battle, but I never wanted to hurt anybody, you know? So it is very complex.
There's I forget which one. I think it was Zombies. It was like my first year or two in the military, and my roommates would just play that constantly. And there's a little girl that laughs in like the intro, and it would just give me the heebie-jeebies because it was just like it's a ghost girl, and like why is that there in a zombie video game? Do you think GTA was the first adult thing you got exposure to, or was it something like did you seek it out, or was it something that you stumbled upon by accident, whether it's that or something else?
So my timelines could also be crossed again, but that was the first violent video game I ever experienced. I was like, what is this game? Like what are my friends playing right now? But prior to that, The Bride of Chucky came out. And I'll have to expand more eventually on just the lore of where I grew up. But it was a very, very
You
small
could go
town.
through it right now. Like we have time.
Well, I'll walk you through it because it is a core memory. I lived in a very, very small town in New Jersey where everybody knew each other.
What part?
Point Pleasant on the
I've heard
beach.
of it. How far were you from like the McGuire Air Force Base area? If you did not sure what that area, it's like the Mount Holly, New Egypt, Browns Mills area.
So I moved when I was 12 years old. So I didn't really know much outside of that small town. But we were about 45 minutes, I think, southeast of Atlantic City, like right on the beach in the middle of the state. I'm not sure if you heard of like Manasquan, Asbury Park. Like
Yeah,
those are
I was very
yeah.
familiar with the Atlantic City. I just Googled the Point Pleasant population for New Jersey, and there's less than 20,000 people there
And I
as
mean,
of right now. So 20 years ago
yeah,
is probably even less.
yes. And so it just felt like a very sheltered neighborhood. Everybody knew each other. You could ride down the street. Um, so anyway, when you left my block, because it was a dead end and there was like a cul-de-sac, you'd make a left onto the main street. You'd ride all the way down, and to the right was a place called Front Row Video. And that was the coolest corner store because you'd buy the Pokemon packs, you'd put the coin in the machine, get the stickers, like the holographic stickers, rent the video games, the movies, the Jones sodas, if you're familiar with those. The Jones sodas, yeah. So really, really good memories alongside with Blockbuster. And so one of the days I went to rent The Bride of Chucky because as a child I just thought it had something to do with Rugrats. I brought that home, turned it on for all of my siblings, and I'm the middle child, so I had two younger. And the opening scene it's basically Chucky like ripping the guy's rings out of his lip and he bleeds out and dies, and we all just trauma. So that's a very early like adult memory. Yeah, I hope that's relevant to what you asked.
It totally is. So, because that's definitely adult. Were there any like lasting effects from that, like in your formative years, that caused any like phobias? Because I saw the It miniseries when I was 7,
Ooh,
so I still don't like clowns.
yeah.
But yeah, do you like not like dolls still? Do you not like stuff like that?
Um, that movie really scared me, but the ones that had like gave me lasting phobias was growing up with Jaws.
Okay.
Yeah. Because so there's a book called The 12 Days of Terror, which I guess the movie Jaws was inspired by the events that took place in New Jersey. This shark got basically caught in brackish water and it went up the river and started eating people. It's a true story. And my dad was a surfer too when I was younger. It was a hobby. And just ever since that movie, like to this day, like I am literally terrified of sharks. I don't want to be in the ocean. I want to be able to see to the bottom. So that is the most lasting one for me.
Okay, so that was it. I didn't see Jaws till I was already like 12 or 13, so it didn't scare because again I saw it at 7 and that was
That's
awful.
so
Um,
you don't like clowns?
I still don't like clowns. Yeah, it's not my and the reason why like this is and I understand why it happened. There was a total video near me and what my um people I lived with at the time they would just say like, hey, pick something for you, we'll pick something for us. I was lucky enough to have a VCR in the upstairs room and um I put like my fingers over like the R rating and I was like, oh, can I get this? Because I knew because John Ritter was in it and I knew my parents liked John Ritter from like Three's Company. And I was like, can I get this as like my fingers over the R? And they're like, what is it? I was like, oh, it's about a clown. Like John Ritter's in it. It's supposed to be really funny. And they're like, yeah, sure. But like they had to know, right? Like they had to know what they were doing. And yeah, so that was that was my first adult thing, mostly. Um, so I mentioned your yachting a little bit, and I started volunteering at an animal hospital when I was 13. They gave me a job when I was 14. That was like my first real job. I had a job washing dishes at a pizzeria, but you're just washing dishes. It's not really like a job. What was your first job like? What did you do? Where was it?
Like official job or just
I mean, if it's under the table, it's fine. I won't tell the IRS. There's not that many people watching. You're probably safe.
please don't. Well, when I was in my early teens, I think a lot of girls just start as babysitters or pet sitters. So I just kind of have some very cloudy memories of babysitting. And then I was 16 and I started at Qdoba. Do you know what
You started
Qdoba
what?
is? I started at Qdoba.
No, what is that?
It's basically like a Chipotle. Yeah, and it was really good. It was better than Chipotle in my opinion.
Oh, those okay.
Yeah.
That's high praise.
Yes. So I worked there. I honestly don't even know, less than a year, and then moved on to the YMCA. So those were my first official jobs.
I like the Y. The Y is pretty cool. So that place, was there any perks? Did you have a lot of responsibility, or was it just like make the food and
Oh, yeah, I was just basically on the line bar, kind of like Chipotle, rolling the burritos and
yeah.
stuff. Yeah.
Was there any stories from babysitting? Was there any wild children or any like haunted houses?
Haunted houses?
I don't
Oh,
know,
I see,
I
like
don't know where you
creepy.
babysat. Point Pleasant, where there's like 5,000 people there? Who knows?
I know. I honestly, I can't remember, like, other than babysitting my siblings, I don't recall babysitting too much in New Jersey, but when I moved to Orlando, there was a couple, like when I was 15, 16. And I guess the weirdest occurrence was I was babysitting these young kids, like a brother and a sister. And the brother out of nowhere just like pushed his sister off the chair and she fell. But she was fine, like I got her back up. She was completely okay. And shortly after that, I saw that there was a video camera, like one of the handheld ones, like the big chonky ones.
Yeah, I love those at like PC Richard and Circuit City. I used to like play with yeah, that was fun.
Yeah. And like all the families had them. And I remember seeing the light on, and I just felt kind of like uncomfortable being a 15 or 16-year-old, just not being informed that, like, hey, just letting you know, just for the kids' safety. I was young, I didn't know. So the mom came home and she asked me, like, oh, did anything happen? Or maybe she messaged me the next day. I can't remember. And she just kept hounding me, like, did something happen? Did something happen? And the little girl was fine. And I think I eventually just said, like, he pushed her over. But it just made me really uncomfortable that I was recorded and I never went back. So,
Yeah, that's fair because I mean, that's the ones they told you about. Do you think there are probably ones that maybe they didn't tell you about? Like, yeah.
yeah. Yeah. So I love transparency, you know?
I think that's it's like the like the new age because the world changed very rapidly. You ever see Shawshank Redemption?
Yeah, a long time ago.
Brooks, the old guy in Shawshank Redemption, he gets released and he says, "I saw an automobile once when I was a kid. Now they're everywhere. The world went and got itself in a hurry." And this was like he probably went away in like the early 1900s and got out in like the 1950s or whatever,
Mhm.
and the world's just completely different. Um, growing up in the 90s, we had access to computers, whether it's at school. Sometimes families had it in their home. Um, what does that Brooks quote mean to you, as like that, taking that quote but bringing it to like the 90s to now the mid 2020s?
Can you just reiterate the quote for me?
I saw an automobile once when I was younger. Now they're everywhere. The world went and got itself in a hurry. And that was it. Like, there might have been more to it. That's just the part that I remember.
No, I mean, that's cool that you remember that. I honestly need to rewatch that movie. But so basically, I'm Tate, and tell me if I'm wrong or whatever the way that you perceive it. But you know, at first when something's released, there's novelty, it's cool, there's a lot of wonder, and then at some point things are mass produced. And I guess it gives me a lot of mixed feelings at this point because there's a lot of mass production now. Like you just see it everywhere. So yeah, I'm trying to find the words to explore that. I'd love to hear like your perspective on that, like what it means to you.
I love that you said, because I was thinking, so I guess it's can be interpreted on many different levels.
Yeah.
And I guess you were more towards like the industrialist type of thing, where like, hey, like we can make books, but now there's a book press, and now we can make an insane amount of books. For him, I guess it is like the world for the most part, it really only changed like once a generation. Like there was a cotton gin, and then there was a book press, like the Industrial Revolution, which at the time, I think the Pope, I forget which Pope it was, at the time of the Industrial Revolution, he's like, this is going to cost us our morality, it's going to cost us jobs, it's going to be a net negative on the economy. And like the dude couldn't have been more wrong. And then even still in the 1900s, okay, you kind of have the first flight, but that didn't really matter until like much later. Then you have a car, then cars. But that happened over the course of like 10 years. And then you had radio. And then the next big thing was maybe TV. But then it was like kind of like one or two stations, and then you had more stations, then you had color. But I don't think it was, if you take that quote from the world just had started getting cars and he saw one and now it has multiple, like that's really only one big thing. I remember in 2016, so I was in Kuwait, and in the Middle East, if a US a service member dies, like they kind of shut off internet for the whole area because they don't want the name getting out before they have time to notify the family. So in the coup d'etat or attempted coup d'etat in Turkey at the time, they shut off internet, and because somebody passed away, and this happened a couple times, but I remember this one time where no internet for a few days, and like like whatever, we still have our radios, we do whatever, we get stuff done. But by the time the internet came back on and I went to the passenger terminal that had the Wi-Fi, I don't know if you remember the meme where like spaghetti's falling out of my pockets and shoving breadsticks into your purse.
I
So
think so.
that was a meme. It was like, okay, that's interesting. And then do you remember the Chewbacca mask lady?
I feel like I do. I'd have to see it again though.
It's a lady that she puts on a Chewbacca mask, and the directions like say something, and she's like, my name is, and then the thing goes like, "Urgh," and she's like,
Oh
oh.
yes.
So
Yeah.
she laughs, and every time she laughs, it does a "Urgh," and it's a cycle. So that like all happened in like 3 or 4 days, and I come in, I was like, that's wild. And it reminded me of a Scrubs quote from Dr. Cox, where he's like like older generations always complain about the younger generations. And he says, like, I just saw a 25-year-old say back in the day, as if like 25-year-olds can't have a back in the day. But so that episode's probably in like late 2000s, early 2010s. And in 2016, when I was in Kuwait, it's like I didn't have internet for like 3 days, and suddenly like I missed a whole bunch of stuff. So I feel like from the older generation that you had one big thing change every like 20 or 30 years to now like I miss out 3 days, and I missed some crazy viral stuff. And that stuff only potentiates, I think, as we get on with technology, and especially now with AI. Like there's so much content out there, and people that are running like these trillion-dollar companies now, or multi-billion-dollar companies, is like they probably don't know or care what like the most viral TikTok is, or the most recent trend is, whether it's like the Labubus or it's just like the, hey, having my mom dress like me.
Yeah.
But for the rest of culture, I don't know what matters or what doesn't matter, but it's like I swear I have a point here, and I'm sorry for rambling on.
No, I mean, I feel like I'm talking to myself, which is great.
Oh, love you so much.
I told you I was like, I I don't do this often, and so, but like you're so easy to talk to, and we're just able to like explore so many different, you know, concepts and whatever, go off on any tangent we want to. You're safe here.
Love that. Love you. There was this article I read. This was a long time ago too. It was like mid to late 2000s, where this guy, he was probably in his 30s, maybe he was like pushing 40. There's an interview he did where about his kids, like his daughters were like, so this was mid to late 2000s. His daughters were like 12, 13, whatever. Their local radio station in Australia wasn't playing like the new Jonas Brothers song. And the girls like had like a campaign in their school, in their thing, to like call the radio and demand that they play it. And they did. And at first he's just like, this is fucking stupid. Like, this is like, like you have the CD, you can listen to it whenever you want. But then he thought about it and he's like, there's probably people out there that would have never heard of this song unless it was for them. And they legit changed the culture. And I forget the quote, who said it, like, don't underestimate a wild, frantic few and thinking that they can change the world, because it's generally they're the only people that do. So the really long-winded response of what I think about that quote, that's what came up. So I hope that wasn't too boring.
No, you kind of like sparked. So my brain literally can go in a million directions.
Okay,
But
go,
there
go,
was
say
like
it all,
this.
say it all.
Well, there was this one. Like as you were talking, something really just came up with that, and well, your example with the girls, and you said the Jonas Brothers. Yeah, I've witnessed that so many times. Like one thing about myself is that because I'm so passionate about my interests and my niches, I'm able to pick up on certain patterns. And even if I'm not interested in it's like that, like Labubu's, right? I remember when Labubu's went crazy. And I'm like, it's a really cool design, but I know what's going to happen to them. Like they're going to go like this, and then they're going to go like this. Not that I wanted them to, but we love novelty and we love nostalgia. And both of them go through these like cycles. And Labubu just basically its foundation was the hype. It was just like, psh. And but we also saw that with Pokemon. Like we've seen that with so many different things that kids will pick up on that older people, they just don't get it and they don't understand the point. But just a little bit of exposure, you have all these people that relate, and it just becomes bigger. Like look how much bigger Pokemon has gotten in the last 2 years. 2021, it had this miracle grow because of Logan Paul, and then kind of quieted down a little bit, and now it's at a point nobody ever expected. At least I didn't expect till I'd be 50, and I still have, what,
So
15 years.
you never expected it to get this big, even like 5 years ago?
Not this early. Yeah, when I started buying, I had the future in mind. I'm like, when my generation is in kind of getting towards retirement, which 50 is not retirement, but in my head, I'm just like, by the time I'm 50, like people have money and they're going to want to buy back their childhood because that's what every generation wants, whether it's the muscle cars, whether it's the record players, the baseball cards. Every generation has their thing, their nostalgia.
Agreed. From 2021, there was like rumors like ETFs, and there was rumors like, oh, Pokemon cards were seen as like alternative assets, I was like, oh, it's coming. Like and it'll be bigger in 5 years from now, and it'll be bigger in 10 years from now, and the 35th and the 40th and all that. Like it's an addiction that at least I had when I was younger. Everything was Pokemon. Like I was playing the games, I was watching the shows, I was battling with the cards. So I don't want to say that spawn, but addiction, whether it's the nurture versus nature, I'm sure I have an addictive personality. I don't know if it was brought on by Pokemon. I do have multiple vices. Do you have vices? What do you allow yourself to do that maybe isn't the best for you?
Oof. I mean, I definitely have vices. As I've gotten older, I'm able to steward them better. You know, you not every kid goes through this, but I had to kind of go through reparenting, which is basically, you know, my parents were very young. They weren't the best at regulating and teaching like their kids to do that. So some people have to relearn that for themselves later in life.
Teaching their kids to do what? Like regulate, like, hey,
Self,
screen time and that's all.
yeah, they're just like conflict and stress and balancing your life. You know, some kids just like balance it with extremes because they don't know how to bring themselves back to baseline. Um, Usually like in chaotic homes and stuff, or just like early stress in the home. So, but that I had a point to telling you that to what you asked earlier.
Wait, what did I ask earlier? Joke, I forgot.
Oh shit. I forgot you're drinking.
What did I ask? Does someone comment down below?
Yeah, like two ADD people, please, people help us. But we were talking about addiction, what my vices are.
Oh, yes.
Yes. So, and as I've gotten older, you know, through therapy and just like learning how to be a human, because we're not born with, you know, a book, a manual of like, this is how you be human and avoid stress in your life. You know, you're not given that as a child. You're basically just given a parent to mirror, and that can be good or that can be really challenging life, you know, in your early years. And for me, it was. So I had to learn how to balance my life as I got older. So the things that I were drawn to with vices was number one, video games was absolutely an escape for me early on. Um, there was so much stress in the house that I couldn't really focus on school. I was not interested in learning just these like mundane, boring subjects. Like I wanted to go home and just be in my own imagination world outside of all of it. So that was one of my vices. Today I still play video games, but I know that I feel better when I put my responsibilities first. Um, Early on in my 20s, like I did drink and just dabbled in, you know, what early college kids do, which I don't have many regrets, but I wish I didn't harm my body in that way, just like staying out late constantly. And like my body could not process alcohol at all. So I was always just like blacking out and having 3 or 4 days. Yeah, all the time, which is not good for you. But I drank to be able to socialize. And it just really was physically affecting me. I was triggering these migraines. I was really, really sick at 25 years old. So I had to force myself how to socialize and just have fun, not doing that all the time because it was an addiction. I was just constantly doing that stuff. So I just had to like really turn the notch down. Sorry, my hands are over here and I'm like talking with them, but I'm like, um, so yeah, I would say I'll just say this. My top three vices were video games, and just the drinking, like the partying, the clubbing, just to fit in, because I wasn't comfortable with myself yet. And relationships, honestly, like we can go into a whole thing with that, but I basically saw relationships as like I put it on a pedestal that like this is going to make me feel better, like this is my saving grace in life. And I learned that it's not. Like I have to build a foundation with myself before I can have a balanced relationship. So it's pretty deep, but those were some pretty hard learning curves for me.
I have a little bit of a different experience. I probably because I was adopted and I don't share the blood or mindset of the people that I lived with.
Yeah.
And also because they weren't like it wasn't a loving household. It wasn't like a caring. It was like I had food, I had clothes, not much else, but really what I learned about life and the tenets of the lessons wasn't from them. It was from cartoons. It was from like Pokemon, like take care of your friends, like there's a quote from Sex and the City from Carrie Bradshaw that says, your real family is the one you create yourself. And there's also a quote from Fairy Tale where Lucy Hartfilia says, you're just as a flower can't choose where to bloom, a child can't choose who their parents are. And so the lessons that I got were really from TV, where again, Pokemon's take care of your friends. Dragon Ball Z had that fucking
Oh,
beautiful quote. Oh
yeah.
my God. Android 16. Gohan, let it go. It is not a sin to fight for the right cause. There are those who words alone cannot reach. Cell is such a being. I know how you feel, Gohan. You are gentle, you do not like to hurt, but it's because you cherish life that you must protect it. And Jesus, tap dancing Christ, like if that's not the most beautiful speech I've ever heard.
Wow.
And it's just saying like and it's even like the Brady Bunch had it like the most vanilla fucking like show where it was Bobby or Greg that was like about to get in a fight and the dad's like, you should avoid fights, but if you have to, you should be able to defend yourself and taking boxing lessons, Karate Kid, like and when it was something that this is gonna sound so fucking egotistical. Um you ever watch House?
Been a long time.
House figured out when he was like 12 that his dad was not his dad. And I figured out from a fairly young age that the people that I lived with were not that smart, and I was smarter than them. And and most things that they said, like maybe there was a hint of truth to them, or maybe there was something that meant something years ago, but it was so long ago nobody remembers what that was anymore. Um, so I'm a little surprised because I figured like because we grew up in the same thing and we watched the same shows that maybe some of those things would have inculcated in you like okay, here's how to live life or here's how to stuff to like maybe live by. Um, but then you said it took a little while for you to get that.
Yeah. No, that's a really good point that you say that because I really took to all those messages, but I still felt like a pinball in the world, you know, that maybe somehow my little brain just had expectations that, like, hey, this is how I learned to treat people in the world. And so I expected that in return, that, like, I would never treat people a certain way. So when I was treated in a different way, it just kind of shut me down, I guess. Yeah. because I was never a fighter. I mean, I would defend myself, like verbally, like I would challenge people that would hurt my feelings or something. But yeah, that's just like, actually, I'm gonna think deeper about that.
My I've told this story, I know, at least once before, but probably one or two times after that. This was a semi-viral clip because when I told this story, my friend Brittany had like a Game Boy thing that I was talking about, and she went to grab it and she fell out of her chair, and it was like a viral moment because it was wild. But in sixth grade, I had this like satchel. It was a Game Boy thing. It was like rectangular. It had a spot for your Game Boy, a spot for your Game Boy Color games and your Game Boy Advance games. And I'd carry it around like sixth grade, and because like in between classes, you had a study period, you had lunch, you would play. And these three eighth graders showed up out of nowhere to kick my ass for still liking Pokemon. And they didn't even take the game. They didn't even rob me. They just beat me up. And I swore revenge, and I learned how to box. And I just like, yeah, that was my man moment.
Did you beat them up?
So they did it on like the last day of school, and of course my dumb ass was like, I'm gonna train all summer, which I did. And I was like, we'll get them next year. But in New York, it's like kindergarten through fifth, sixth through eighth, and then ninth through 12th. And the next year came, like I saw it, one of them went away. They moved somewhere. The two other ones I saw in high school, one of which like saw me and was like, hey man, like I'm sorry, like I was a dick. I'm sorry for what I did. I was like, fuck, like, okay. Like, and then the other one like was gay, and New York's fairly liberal. And I was like, if I beat the shit out of this kid, like I'm gonna be seen as like the bad guy. And like it doesn't matter. So we kind of just stayed away from each other. And I never got that vengeance on them. And I like that, clearly that still like bothers me that I never got to, but it's fine.
That just made me think of the Karate Kid. What did you think about those movies growing up? Or the Three Ninjas?
What did I think about? I heard the Karate Kid, and then what else?
The Karate Kid and the Three Ninjas. Did you ever watch that movie?
Yes, I've seen I think I've seen all of the Karate Kids, even the new stuff, and then the Three Ninjas. I saw the first one.
Okay. Yeah, I loved those as a kid too.
Have you seen Cobra Kai?
Cobra Kai? I don't think so.
Okay, so it started in like 2017, and maybe like 2018, like whatever. And it's about Johnny Lawrence at 50, and he's like, what happened to him afterwards? And then Daniel LaRusso, and then they have kids, and it is so good. You could probably watch it in like 4 days. It's like 6 seasons, but it's so good. Like 10 out of 10 would recommend.
I didn't even realize it was related. Like, I know that I heard that title, but I've never watched it. But that is so cool.
That's like it's probably one of my favorite series of the last 10 years. I know there's Stranger Things, and that's definitely up there. But oh my God, yeah, Cobra Kai is so good. So bring it back, because we're slowly getting into it. You mentioned before about like as a kid growing up, and then like some mental things and therapy. Have you ever taken psychedelics? And if so, what was it like?
Yes.
Tell us the story.
So, okay. The I think only psychedelic I've ever done, which was a few times, was DMT. And the whole reason that even piqued my interest was because ever since I was a young kid, I just wanted to know the secrets of the universe. I wanted to know the truth. I was born into a Christian Lutheran church and questioned that from a young age. And slowly, just around that time that I tried it, I had already been studying in college, just like as electives, Eastern Asian humanities, Hinduism, Taoism, Confucianism. Like, you just learn how everything is relative to one another because they influenced each other. I studied the Quran. I took a Middle Eastern humanities. So I just was always, ever since I was a child, like, I just wanted to know the absolute truth. Because how could everybody have all of these gods and claim like that there's the right one? And like, there has to be an absolute. Like, there can be many truths at once. So long story short, DMT, just, there was a lot of spiritual talk around it, and people could see things that you can't see on this planet. And I experienced that, which was really cool, but it was equally terrifying. How about you?
So when I was younger, I had this aunt that was very, very religious, and so I was really close with my grandpa when I was like 2, 3, and he passed away when I was like 3.5. But I still have memories of him, still remember. And this aunt, so on the other side of that family, this aunt's husband one day had said, like, and again, they were both really, they were really pushing it. And I think what he was trying to do was just get us curious about religion. And he's like, yeah, there's a number to heaven. It's like 100 numbers or something, but you can call it. And I was like, so I'm like 4 or 5, and I was like, oh my God, we need to call grandpa. Like, we need to find it. And I remember, like, we were told to go in the hall. There was screaming. Like, there was like, how can you tell him? And I was like, okay, it's probably not real then. Like, and the whole thing probably wasn't real. And maybe it is, maybe I don't know. I forget the quote of the scientist who's like, I have no need for a God, but he may be around though. And so it was like, it like broke my aunt's heart when I was like 7, and I was like, I totally, like, I didn't believe in God. And again, maybe he's around, maybe he's not. Now I'm much more interested in simulation theory, and especially from LSD, from acid. So because I've taken it so much, and we either were the first people or universe, that base universe, and we've never figured, and we're about to figure it out, like in the next 100, 200 years, especially with AI, or we're the latest in an infinite amount of universes that they're created. They figure out how to make simulations, and those simulations figure out how to make other simulations, and we're the latest simulation. And most likely we're one in the latter. We're one of those. We're one of the latest, and we just haven't figured it out yet. And that's probably my contention. Like, that seems to make the most sense, as far as religion goes. I also don't remember the exact question that you said, so let me know if I did or did not answer.
Well, we were talking about psychedelics and just what led me up to wanting to do that. And then, you talked about your upbringing with exploring that, just like the religious aspect and just questioning and experiencing with people their different perspectives. But honestly, like, I could literally talk to you for 8 hours about simulation theory because
Let's do it. Let's stay here for 8. I have my phone charger with me. I have all the Monacos. I have, like, let's do it. Let's do it.
I wish I had, like, I'm telling you, 2 or 3 weeks ago, I just had an epiphany because I watched The Matrix, and like, I watch it and I study it. Like, yes, there's a lot of the theatrical, cool, like, actual physical stuff that's happening in there, but the whole concept, um, which, just a side note, like, I know you and I have had had some discussions on AI and just like that futuristic stuff, which is inevitable, right? Like this is going to happen. And it's not that I think AI is inherently bad, but humans are the steward of it. And humans, and this kind of ties into religion. In religion, in the sense that we all have the gift of free will, and some of us use it for good. You know, if some of us have like a decent moral system, like a value system, and some of us don't, and that's based off of our environment, our upbringing, like maybe some of it's genetics as well. But I believe that there is a God, because if take us, right, we're humans, we've just given birth to AI, and so AI is like we've created AI in our image in a way. And the whole premise of the Matrix is that AI was good until it turned on humans, because humans could not be depended on. So then we basically went out to try to destroy the AI because we could no longer control it. So was it the AI in the Matrix that was bad, or was it the humans that were not stewarding it to protect the planet, you know, to preserve like life itself? So there's so many directions we could go, but I'm down to like explore whatever you want to talk about with it.
This is going to be a very strange reference that nobody's going to get unless you watch the Eddie Guerrero story. Also, there's a lot of echo. I don't know if you
Oh,
hear
there
it.
is a lot of echo. Okay, it
Ye-
could be the stand that I had it on. Is it better now?
Let me check, and yes, it is much better.
Sorry,
Um,
guys.
on the Eddie Guerrero story, Cheating Death and Stealing Life, on the DVD, there was a trailer for Judgment Day, like a either the pay-per-view or a video game, and it was a very beautifully written voiceover saying like, how will we be judged when it's over? On the way we lived our lives, with passion, with malice. Did we exploit the vulnerable or protect the innocent? How will the next world reflect our behavior here? Um, with a callous judge, a ruthless jury, a merciless executioner, how will we justify our conduct, defend our actions, or pay for our misdeeds? Or will we be judged unconditionally for the hell we've already endured? The questions are endless. Nothing is certain. And then it goes on to Judgment Day. Like, it was a crazy write-up for that thing. But for God, like Sheldon, in young Sheldon, he knows that his mom that worked for the church, that there was this like 16-year-old girl that had passed away. Like she was driving, she died, and she's having a really hard time with it. She's like, she doesn't quote Theoden, but it reminds me of the Theoden quote that he says, no parent should have to bury their child. And she's just beside herself, like, I understand, like, old people die, you know, you live your life, you die, but why did this girl have to die? She has a very hard time with it. And Sheldon knows, and he's like, so he tries to make her feel better, and he's like saying, like, did you know that if gravity was one standard deviation, you know, heavier or lighter than it is, the world would, the universe would either collapse in on itself or everything would rip apart. Everything's as perfect as it has to be. And that evidence points us to the fact that there's probably a creator. Now, he doesn't believe in God, but he's saying that, like, yeah, like, there's probably a creator. Is that creator God? Is that creator an alien in his bedroom that created this on a whim? Like, it could be either or. So there's definitely, in my opinion, there's something that created this. It could be God. It could be that other thing. You said you believe in God. What is it? The God that everyone fears? Is it the God that we worship, or is it something else?
So, as I told you, like growing up, and just like in my early 20s when I was in college and I was studying, and I just felt like I was getting closer to understanding history better. Um, I went through, I don't want to call them phases, but I went through enjoying each of them, like finding truth in all of them. Like Hinduism was really cool. They have multiple gods, like a lot. And I can't articulate everything that I've learned because I just don't have that recall memory. It kind of accumulates and I just know based off of the information that's stored in there, you know? But most of my life, actually, my whole life, I didn't like to hear the name Jesus. Like I didn't like to hear the name the Bible because my experience as a child in the church with just like the pastor just seemed always angry and um my brother and I kind of working through our sexuality young, um, just both of us, experiencing feelings for the same sex was really hard to navigate because you were just like constantly condemned by religious figures. But actually in the last couple years, I realized that those religious institutions, many of them don't embody and yeah, that's exactly it. They don't embody the teachings. Like a lot of people will go to church every Sunday, but they're not actually embodying what Jesus taught. And so I found that you can listen, you can read the Bible, right? That was written over 1500 years by many people from different walks of life, different backgrounds, Jewish, it doesn't matter because the Bible is not bound to any specific religion. And so I'm like, wow, you can have a relationship. You can learn this stuff out of curiosity without going to church every Sunday and announcing that you're a part of a religion. Like you can actually learn like about Jesus specifically because he was challenging the religious institutions. He was teaching people how to love and forgive, turning the mirror back on themselves. Like if you're gonna judge this person, then you need to check yourself first. And there's just so many good verses that teach you how to navigate this life to protect you and to protect others. And ever since picking up the Bible again, just like truly just learning from a place of curiosity versus like all Christians are the same or all Catholics are the same. It's like, no, it's a private relationship that just kind of grows inside of you. So I would say that I definitely believe that Jesus lived, and if I am going to believe in a God, I'm going to believe in a God that does not have human tendencies, and the last thing with that is that I went through a really stressful time coming back from burnout and depression. And I watched a lot of near death experience videos on YouTube, like a ton of them. Because I was just trying to, like, I went through like a fear of, I'm going to die one day and, where am I going to go? And all of these people had very similar experiences that they passed. They were gone 10, 20 minutes, and they all just experienced this deeply loving sense of home. And some encounter who they say is Jesus or an angel or a light being, which again, they might all have different names to all represent this deeply loving, safe energy. So if I'm going to believe in a God, I'm going to believe in a just God that, and the Bible just, honestly, it's so cool. Like people should read it like they're reading Game of Thrones or the Lord of the Rings trilogy because there's so many good bouts of information. And by reading it, you don't have to be like, now I'm religious, Yeah, it helps us all just navigate this complex life.
Have you ever watched Supernatural?
Have I ever watched what?
Supernatural.
No, but I've heard of it. Is that on Netflix?
It should be. It's about these two boys that they start off like ghost hunting and demon hunting, and it's like 15 seasons. It's insane. Um, in like season 7 or something, they show like heaven, and it's like the person that's in there is sitting on a recline chair, sipping whiskey, reading the Bible, and watching, like, like each person's heaven is different. And there's a meme that I saw where it's like, here's what I imagine heaven is, and I think it's Otani. It's somebody like rounding third, and they're about to go home, and all the people in their life like, he's here, like, yes. And I want for that to be true so badly. I want there to be Bigfoot. I want there to be so many things, and that, like, what's beyond the simulation? What's beyond, like, so what you were talking about, there's a quote says, I like your Christ but not your Christians. Your Christians are nothing like your Christ. And I there's a Dale Carnegie, Andrew Carnegie, the person who wrote the How to Win Friends and Influence People, said that God himself doesn't judge a person until they die. Why should I, or why should you? There's so many. Is what we do here is that does it matter if it's a simulation? Does it really matter? And if it's not, then everything that we do matters, because you'll know, the normal person will know 1,000 people, and they'll know 1,000 people. So you're one way from a million, and two people away from a billion. And in that case, the things that you do and say have more consequence than you think.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I answered anything that you asked.
No, it's a lot to think about, and because sometimes we're just so sucked into the simulation, like the paradigm of what is life every day for the average person, and that's typically working 8-9 hours a day. Like, you're very preoccupied focusing on your job, so we don't have a lot of time to think about, like, why are we here, and like that every day we wake up it is a gift. Like, this is so crazy that I'll like wake up and I'll be like, I'm back here again. um Actually, so I want to tell you that I've been playing Cyberpunk 2077, and I've been playing it a while, but my brother got me the Switch 2 for Christmas, and I was able to basically transfer my CD Project Red, which is it's kind of like Fortnite with Epic Games. You set up an account, and all of your information is basically saved with Epic, so you can transfer it. So when I turned on my Switch 2, all of my PlayStation data from CD Projekt Red went to my Switch 2. So I was able to access the DLCs that I wasn't able to access on my PS4 because it's outdated. So anyway, there's a DLC called Songbird. I don't know if anybody's played Cyberpunk 2077, like your followers, but I was really stressed out because the ending of the game, and sorry, this is going to be a spoiler, but it's very emotional.
Oh, good. I love it.
It's I'm not sure if you play games much, but because you're really into the sci-fi AI, I mean, just like lately, because we all love the Nintendo stuff. But
Okay, no, not lately. So by all means, keep going.
okay, so it is an incredible world to learn from, to see like what the future could actually look like with AI, and we're talking about um, transhuman, people that have the machinery built into them, which we're not that far off. Like, we're already doing the Neuralinks, we're implanting, things in people's brains now. There's other talks too about, I've heard some really cool stuff that's happening. But Cyberpunk 2077 is a reality where there's no more government. Corporations own everything. So they become like the government. And there's a lot of viruses. There's so much to the game. Even the environment. There's meat factories. Like, it's like 3D printed meat. You don't even know where it's from because they're trying to feed all these people, and there's no more land because you do have all the data centers. You'll see it's just kind of like a barren wasteland. So that's the dystopian side of when AI just like can be too much, which mirrors what the Matrix looks like, the simulation. Like, it's, well, the reality outside of the Matrix simulation is a really dark, destroyed world. So the actual Matrix, the people being in the simulation, it's like this every day. Like, it's like a normal world. So anyway, the end of that DLC, like, you basically have to choose to betray this girl or not. And because, sorry, I'm trying to like describe it in a way that makes sense for everybody, but you basically meet this girl and you're working with this CIA and who she was betrayed by, and you're trying to figure out who you can trust, like kind of like the same patterns we'll see in video games. And my point is that you're tasked with making a really difficult decision, and so I had to look it up online. I'm like, what's the most morally sound one? And I'm trying to tie it back to what you were saying, but
I forget what I was saying, so just keep going.
Well, it ties back to the religious aspect, is that basically the best thing to do is to let her survive, and you die, even though she betrays you. And it's kind of like the whole Jesus thing. Like, why would you lose your life, a good person, to save somebody else? And because as long as we're alive on this planet, we have a choice. As long as we wake up every single day, we have a choice to choose differently. So the people that choose good in this life, yes, in the Bible and like what Jesus says is that you do have a place beyond the earth, which is basically like a big testing ground. Like, we have all the senses, right? We have addictions. We have free will to use all of these senses. Like touching, feeling. It's so hard to balance those because we are such feeling beings. So it's just like this massive playground where we have to refine, balance our life and build those virtues. So yeah, it's not easy. It's not being easy. It's not easy living on this planet. And I do believe that it is a test. And so the self-sacrifice, like if you're a good person and you lose your life to allow someone else to have more time here to have a chance to live in eternity in bliss, or however heaven is described, right? I don't think it's anything we could fathom. And DMT gave me a good glimpse into that, because everything I saw when I was experiencing the trip with DMT was nothing I have seen or felt on this planet. It was out of this world. It was extremely foreign. It wasn't like demonic or terrifying to me. If anything, it gave me all of the answers and told me, like, I don't need to do any more drugs because I will find my answers.
So you did it once?
No, I did it like, I think three times.
So
And
when it told you don't need to do any more drugs, was that the last time or was that the first time?
that was the first time. And I think when I did it like the second or third time again, I'm like, you know what? I don't need this anymore. Like, it's a very spiritual experience. It feels like you're riding 100-foot wave. Like, this is a profound experience. But I'm scared because I don't even know what this is. Like, whoa. Like I experienced other beings, colors, visuals, like when you're coming out of that world and you're coming back into this one, people like humans had prints on their skin, like just stuff you can't explain, you don't understand. So all
Did
that to say, it's all relative to me.
did that you mentioned did you mentioned therapy and stuff? Did that help you with what you were working through with therapy? Did that help you end therapy, or did the thing that you need therapy for happen after your last dose of DMT?
I've been through therapy on and off throughout my life, like for different reasons, like relationships or parents. And honestly, talk therapy is not the best modality for me, just because like you revisit trauma and sometimes they don't give you the skills to get through it. They just listen. And I've had many therapists that they don't remember, like they ask the same questions, which is very disheartening. And yeah, so the best modality for me was nervous system regulation out of all the therapy.
And how do you re-regulate your nervous system?
How do you re-regulate it? So the body naturally will do breathing, like a sigh, being in nature, just detaching from all like a very simple way of understanding is all this man-made stuff, the busyness, constantly being distracted, like social media, just always needing that dopamine hit. You just kind of want to take a quiet exit, sit with your feelings, like move your body. There's so many really, really good ways to build that habit so that you deal with stress better than subconsciously reaching for your vices.
I have some I do want to read, but I do have to pee. So before I read it, I do want to ask you something while I go pee, but I will be listening.
Yeah.
Would you recommend DMT or other psychedelics for people with either major depressive disorder or anxiety, and why?
Hmm. Well, it's kind of, there's pros and cons to that because on one hand, you're experiencing a whole other world that gives you a place of reference, I guess. But in hindsight, I would choose that I wish I didn't do any of that stuff, like even marijuana. I know, sounds crazy, but I tried all those things. I never latched to any of them. Um, but I feel like I get my answers through healthier places now. And if anything, people before you can just say, like, yeah, there's a lot of things we have yet to experience beyond this life. Like, I fully believe that. Did drugs help see that? Yeah. Video games also help see that. Meditation, practicing using your imagination and creativity. So I would say no, don't do them. But it all depends on the individual because I'm very sensitive to those things. And like there was a couple times that I had smoked marijuana and what do you call that? Like when you get too high.
Like from marijuana, like a green out?
Yeah, a green out, but something happens, you kind of like
Like burnt out?
no, it's something that, oh, like kind of like a psychosis happens to some people with
From
drugs.
marijuana?
Yeah, like if you get too, yeah,
I did
like
not know that.
yeah. And what I was saying is that I'm really sensitive to substances. So that happened to me a few times. And it created kind of like a trauma. Like every time I would get high after that, I would immediately have a panic attack. Yeah. So it all depends on the person. So for me personally, I'd be like, no, you don't have to do that to experience the wonders of the world. But some people like it. It's amazing. I just personally would say the descriptions of it is pretty accurate, and I think it just shows that there's a lot to look forward after this life, like for sure.
I love the Planet Vampires comment. I think Ash's cats are making out in the background.
Oh. Yep, that's Pika and May.
Love them. So I asked that for two reasons. One is because, not that I was ever, I don't think, a bad person, but that acid, and I've had some really cool ideas on shrooms, and that's made me do a couple things that had a net positive effect on humanity. But acid just made me such a better person, I feel like.
Yeah.
And I've also, even with drinking, like at myself, when I'm at my best is pretty good, but when I drink, I just become myself like times four. And I like I've only drank once this month and like twice in June, but I broke it today because I wanted to give what I consider my best version of me to you, and also for the pod, just for the interview for the fans. And then so I've also, like, for David Yu from VeVe, I've only ever interviewed him on acid, and I just feel like I'm the best version. So I'm not on acid now. I just had quite a lot at this point. And I think, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe even though I think I'm better, while a little tipsy, maybe I'm actually better sober. And if I am, I apologize for not giving you my best. But I feel like if the world were to just all take acid at once, there would be world peace. Like, it's so, I forget what astronaut said it, saying that if you were to be up in space and look down at the world, you would know that we're all just one people, and wars would cease to exist, and there would be a lot less hate in the world. And maybe that's a naive way of thinking.
No, I mean, okay, first of all, they're here for a reason. Man-made or not, there's a lot of things that are here in this world that are just an incredible phenomenon. Like, even there's shrooms that you can pick from the ground that look like psychedelic, and another one will kill you if you eat it. Like, there's just so much to this world. And, a human's going to try it, and one of them's going to die, and one of them's going to trip. And that's how we've all just evolved, by learning, and our ancestors before us. The really cool thing about that, though, is that these spiritual experiences people have with some of these psychedelics, like the unification and just love, which I've experienced those feelings too. More so, I'm trying to think of which one made me feel that way the most. It's, you're younger and you try different things, but my tolerance level was very low. So for someone like you could one day try the ayahuasca. Like, I would do the native plant versus the way that I did it was crystallized. Like, it was extracted and put over marijuana. I don't even know what, I would advocate for your health more than anything. So I know that ayahuasca, the brew, is like a couple day event. Like, there's a lot of purge, like a spiritual purge, which frightens me. Like, I don't want to throw up and stuff, but some people do. But it's one of the most life-changing experiences, especially people that do iboga as well, which is also, I think, a South American. I think it's South American, but it's called iboga.
Okay.
It's known for curing people with, like, psychological, like, mental issues, like depression or like really bad stuff. I think even like schizophrenia or something. Because I guess the perspective that just it fills them with love, the feeling of love. Um, yeah, I did that answer your question?
forget
go
the
on top
question
of
I asked, but
it.
you mentioned love. Bo Burnham describes love as getting real comfortable and peeing in the pool, and love is real life porn minus all the things that make porn cool. There's a lyric in a song that he has.
Oh my God.
How do you define love?
Oof. When it's changed over my life. When you're younger, you think it's this feeling, like the infatuation. Like there's different feelings of love because you have your family. Like when I think of my family, it's completely unconditional. Even if, like, some family I'm estranged from, and I keep a boundary out of love, like for myself and them, because just some people don't mesh well. So love, as I'm learning, is more of an action. Um, but I believe in the feeling too, especially if you're talking about romantically. It kind of changes, you know. How about you?
Um, yeah, it depends on which type of love you're talking about. Again, as I mentioned before, Carrie Bradshaw from Sex and the City said, "Real type of family is the one that you make your own." And just the love, like Stranger Things has this, like a lot of Pokemon has this, like love for just doing the
Yeah.
right thing for people that would also would die for you. But if talking about romantic love, doing things that you wouldn't normally do for someone, and a Luke from Gilmore Girls gets a book. Also, there's a little bit of a feedback on the echo. I don't
Okay.
know if there's a. Oh, okay, yeah, that helps. Luke from Gilmore Girls had in one, I think season 5, he has a self-help book, and it's like it has a tape on one of them, and it says, "Whose phone calls or visits are never unwanted or too long." And when you have something good that happens to you, a promotion at work or successful refinancing, who do you want to share the news with? When you're sad, who do you most want to comfort you? And it's just, like, do you see their face? Like, who do you want to share, like, have all these moments with? Um, and that's, I think, a fairly good definition. Like the things that, like, I hate shopping. Shopping is like the worst, but doing things that you hate and then they become things that you don't mind doing or actually like because the person that you're doing it with makes it such a fun time. And that could be a friend, but a lot of times that's a love interest. And just, God, what's that song? I forget the name of the group. It's not easy being a teenager. Like that teenager in love, like I forget who said, like, you only get like a couple great loves, and I've been very lucky to have multiple of that feeling of just like, and I get it's the infatuation says they can do no wrong. They love, like, you're always like, you're so intimate, you're just you can't get off each other, and you're just um fuck that. I've done a lot of drugs and I've done a lot of crazy things, and I don't think I can find anything that's as good as being intimate with the person that you love and are in, and they love you, and that is, to me, that's the greatest feeling. And I've done an insane amount of things that are supposed to give you that, high, that feeling, and in lots of ways. And I just, that is a very broad spectrum definition of, and you can experience in different ways, but what's your interpretation of what I just said?
I completely relate to that. That's why I said earlier, as one of my vices growing up, it was like that addiction in a relationship was better than anything, like better than a video game, better just, what do you even call that? Like, it's almost to the point where
Infatuation.
you're just enmeshed with them. Like you fuse and you're Go Tanks or whatever, Gohan and Trunks, and you're just like the same person. Yeah, literally. And
I
but
love
those
you so fucking much.
yeah, that's how I imagine it, because it's like you're me and I'm you, and now I can't be away from you. So I had to learn the hard way
Tell
that
us what your first love was like.
my first love. Okay, before I do, how is the sound now? Because I want to see
It's
my.
great, but I'm on mute, so
Let me see if
yeah,
Just
it's
seeing
so good.
it. Oh, okay. Yeah. They're working now.
Oh,
So you can hear
huzzah!
me?
Yes,
Cool. Is all the background noise like out?
yeah, it's gone. It's gone. We're good.
Hell
Cheers,
yeah.
man.
Okay, cool. Yeah, cheers. Lemonade.
Although the kids don't do this anymore, they do this, which I.
It took me a while to learn how to do that.
Mm.
Arr. So, my first love. Whoa. Whoa. I was 17, and it was like I went through my whole life having mixed feelings about girls and boys. And then as soon as I saw her, it was like the universe was like, you need to go talk to her. You need to know her. It wouldn't leave me alone. Um, and it just hit me like a truck. Like it was the most intense up and down relationship for I think 3.5 years. On and off. I was innocent, naive. She was already like pretty experienced, had dated boys and girls. So it's just like this heartbreak because when you're that young, you're not going to settle down, but I was ready to. And the chemicals and the love and just like the heartstrings pulled and the heartbreak was so intense that it brought me to the one of the lowest times of my life. And I think it took me about a year to get over her.
I think that's a quote by Vision in WandaVision, where he says, "What is grief if not love everlasting?" And yeah, that's like my first love was. We were a bit younger, and we were each other's like firsts, so it was a thing there, and everything was working against us, and we
Yeah.
just promised that like no, like we'll like our theme song, like I feel like every relationship should have a theme song, and ours was Bon Jovi's "Living on a Prayer" because um yeah, that was a thing, and I love that type of love, like even though like it hurts, and it's like Michael Scott from The Office, like the type of love that like makes you feels like the worst hangover ever, like I'm never gonna love again, I'm never gonna drink again.
Yeah.
But that's like the best part, like when you get your heart ripped out and stomped all over, and it's just that's how you know it was worth it, I think.
Yeah, and I couldn't stop going back. That was the problem, was like the lies, the cheating, the heartbreak. It was like I
Ooh.
forgave her so many times and I'd go back.
So that
um mm.
sorry, keep going.
Well, it's funny that you mentioned a theme song because do you know who Bright Eyes is?
I know two different things of Bright Eyes. One from the uh God, with Planet of the Apes, and then another reference to or never mind. The other reference was Mr. Brightside, not Bright Eyes. Never mind.
Oh, Mr. Brightside. Um yeah, it was like a kind of a niche and indie group, but was very popular back then when I was in high school. And so there was a song called Lover, I Don't Have to Love. And the lyrics, it's like we fell in love, and that was just one of those songs we both really loved. But then when you actually read the lyrics, it's like, man, it was definitely a toxic love. And the other theme song was, I don't know if you know who Tegan and Sarah is, but they're like very popular in the gay world. And so we like played that album over and over and over again.
I remember that being like a date, like, hey, Good Charlotte just dropped a new album. Want to come over and
Oh,
listen
good
to it?
Charlotte. Yeah.
Yeah. That, uh, yeah, that was a daytime. Like this new band, like Green Day just dropped American Idiot. Come over and listen to it. And like that was
Oh,
the
so
date.
good.
Right. Oh God. Um, how many loves have you had in your life so far?
Three. Like three really big relationships.
Ever get close to being married or engaged?
Yeah, all three of them.
So you were close, but it didn't happen, or were you the one that was thinking about proposing, or were they the one that you were being expected to be proposed to?
No, I was always the one that wanted to, but over time, it's just like the inconsistencies would add up, and then I'd end up feeling, less safe. And yeah, so I never like it never really got to that point. Yeah.
We discussed it briefly in Orlando. You had asked me if I was married, if I'd had a girlfriend, and then obviously no, but there was did I tell you about my one engagement that I had?
I don't think so. Maybe when we were in Ale House a little bit.
Oh yeah. Great drinks over there, great
It
food,
was a good time.
great times. Dusty Bun, how's Dusty Bun doing?
He's quite good. Yeah.
Okay, good. Cool. Um, so it was going back to 2010. I was doorman at this place called Leaky Lifeboat. This is a
Mhm.
bar. I was just checking IDs. Pretty sweet gig at like 19. Just checking IDs, $20 an hour. I was like, yeah, let's do it. 4 hours a night. Like
Oh,
that's
that's good
awesome.
money. Yeah.
Yeah, in 2010, hell yeah, it was.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, so my friend Jason had a contact at this place called Lay Cafe. It was a strip club, and they were looking for a doorman. And like, you're a doorman at Leaky Lifeboat. Do you want to go? I was like, yeah, sure. Let's do it. And doorman over there, and you get to know the girls. One of which was this girl Natasha, who we also were scheduled to do a private investigating job together.
Mhm.
And
That's cool.
yeah, it was great. Um, she was a little less than thrilled with it. It's a long story. It was she had come from Ukraine. Her sister was also coming from Ukraine. There was a big scam going on where people from Ukraine would say like, "Hey, we're gonna give us 25 grand. We'll get you to the US," which they did. And it's like, "We'll set you up with a job," which they did, but they said it'd be like waitressing, but it'd be like as a stripper, and they would only take good looking girls. And she did that, whatever. Her sister, like, once you get there, you either agreed to their demands, or they send you back, or they like hold you hostage. And the sister didn't agree to the demands, and she's like, "We'll pay," and it was like, and then they couldn't pay, and then, so long story short, we had to like, my friend, I don't even know, friend Jeremy, who was a cop at the time, like we got we like took down this whole like human trafficking. It was like really cool. Um,
What?
yeah, it was wild. Um, and then there was, so we started dating, and I love blondes, Eastern European. And blonde, green eyes. Like she was very good looking, and she had me with that. And we started dating, and she was a little crazy because half Russian, half Ukraine. Like they're just you know, they're a little nuts. If any of y'all are Russian or Ukraine, it's true. Y'all should know. And we broke up in like mid 2010, and we had another run-in 2013 because she was in Jersey. So she was in Brooklyn. I was in Jersey at the time because I was in stationed at McGuire Air Force Base. So we weren't that far away from each other. We do another job together. We hit the ground running. We pick up where we left off, and she got hurt on a job. She was in the hospital, and they wouldn't let me back to like see her because we weren't family. And after some threats, which did not come from me, like she was threatening to like murder people. Like again, she's crazy. They let me back to see her, and she's like, kind of embarrassed to say this. She's like, "This is how like we got engaged. It's like, we should probably get married." And I was like, "Yeah, probably a good idea." And that was it. And so she goes to Ukraine to like tell her mom, like, "Hey, you know, this wedding's happening," and Eastern or Western Ukraine invades Eastern Ukraine because Eastern Ukraine wants to separate, and Eastern Ukraine doesn't want to be part of Russia, but Russia's like, yes, come here, we'll give you supplies, we'll give you help, we'll give you all this stuff. And Eastern Ukraine's like, we just want to be separate from Ukraine. So that was the whole like Crimea thing. It was a whole civil war. And so civil war breaks out while she's there. Her best friend dies in an attack in Donetsk, and she's like, you can come be with me, like I have to stay. And I was like, like if I were to leave, like I couldn't come back to the US, like because I'm under contract with the military. I was like, I can't. So long story short, we break up, kind of. We still keep in contact, but then we break contact after a while, and I don't know what happened to her. Like she, you know, gone. But that was the closest I ever got to being married. But luckily since then I've had a few other loves, and I feel like that Michael Scott, like I'm ready to be hurt again, and I do, and it's great, and I love it, and then it's the worst thing ever, but then you get to the best thing ever, you know, months later.
Do you recognize any like patterns from previous relationships, or is everything different every time? Like I know that one kind of ended because of the circumstances with the country. But the other ones.
As much as I hate to admit it, and I guess everyone could technically say this, that the common denominator for each failed relationship is me. Now, is that the real reason why we break up? And maybe I don't. Yeah, a lot of the other relationships that I've had is like, so since then, the loves that I've had, there was a veterinarian where it was kind of an age gap. You know, I was 29, she was like 44, 45, 46, something like that. And we were like 16 years apart. And, you know, it wasn't the best. Like there was a cosplay girl, it wasn't that big of a, it was like a 10, 11-year age gap. She was just, I don't think she really loved me. The ones that I know where there was a veterinarian, she loved me with the relationship gap. Oh God, there's one girl named Ari. Oh, I probably shouldn't have said her name. Anyway, we met because
It's okay, we won't tell.
my friend Kara had this was like 2020. She had just come back from Bog, so we served together. She was security forces. She was a badass. But she had gone to, after she got out in like 2018, she had a very hard time transitioning into civilian life, which a lot of us do. And I had a lot of those struggles too. So we had bonded really a lot over that. I had gotten her into the private investigating game, and she was able to use those skills into that career field, but it was like too easy for her. She's like, I'm still drinking every day. I'm still like I need to be part of like the real world stuff. So she went to this company called Corvallis, where she would be security forces, but as a government contractor in Bagram, which I was going to do, but then like I bring it to like my friends, and like they voted on if I do it or not, and they're like no, like, so I was like okay, like at the time I was still I just had the high risk lending business. I wasn't in Pokemon yet, but she took it. So she does that for a year, 3 months on, 3 weeks off. She does that for a year. And then in 2019, she comes back. She's still having a kind of a rough time, but it's better. But then in 2020, the government shuts down. She can't go to the gym. Like she wants to like kill herself. And she's in the VA parking lot at like 7 a.m. And she's like, can you fucking come here? And I was like, okay, yeah. And I'm in the middle of two businesses at the time, but I go there on like no sleep, and I was like, we talk it out. And the only thing, and again, I had no sleep. The only thing that I had to do, I had a bottle of Johnny Walker Blue in my trunk. I was like, okay, we're gonna drink and we're gonna talk and we're gonna bring you into the VA. So we had a few shots, and we did. And one of the things that the VA asked her is like, when was the last time you had alcohol? She's like, I don't know, like 5 minutes ago. And they're like, what? It's 7 a.m., motherfucker. And she's like, what? So we go to like the emergency room for some fucking reason. It's like, we can't take you in drunk. And
Oh my gosh.
so she's like, okay. And she asked a couple times, like, hey, if I sign myself in here, can I like sign myself out? And like, yeah, no problem. So she like they bring her into like the nut house, and I'm worried. Like she's a crazy person. I'm worried that she's going to punch like a glass door, take a shard, and like take someone hostage so she can like get out. Thankfully, she doesn't do that, and she is kind of enjoying it there. It's like, yeah, people, they get me coffee, they get me coloring books. I'm like fucking coloring and shit. Like, this is awesome. I was like, okay. So there's this nurse that's like attached to her, and we like in visiting hours, I visit her and I talk to the nurse, and we kind of hit it off. And I don't want you to think negative. Fuck.
Ready, don't.
Okay. So I love people for who they are. I love people. And Ari was great. Nice. She was one of the only girls that I dated in their 20s. Knowledge of medicine. She worked with veterans. Clearly, she was at the VA. She had in the top 3, maybe 2 pussies that I've ever had. And I was ready to marry her. Like, she wanted kids. And I was like, listen, not right now. Give me like 3 years and I'll do like, and I don't want kids. Like, I didn't want kids. Now I'm kind of leaning towards it maybe, but at the time, like, it was straight, no kids, like never kids. And I was like, I'll give you kids. Just give me like 3 years. Let me get my shit together. And because I had 2 businesses at the time, the high risk lending and the Pokemon, but it wasn't, I was still working it. I didn't have time to like raise the kids. That was the greatest summer ever, because all we would do was just go to hotels, we would drink, we would do drugs, and we would oh my God.
I think we've all had, you know, something like that.
So
It's just like too good to be true.
yeah, so that was one. After another one was this girl Zen, who I had a show with for a little while. We had met like years ago. Like, we were both libertarian, we were both like same political ideals, same like, and it's conspiracy theorists, and she made me laugh. And there was such a good, so Danielle was a veterinarian, Ari was the nurse, Zen was like the conspiracy theorist and again, crazy pussy, like wild, like Holy fuck. Yes. And she had 5 kids already. And I was like, I know why you have 5 kids.
Holy
And
shit.
and I was read my fucking dumbass was like, I don't care. I'll be stepdaddy Chavez. Like, just let me hit this every night. And it was that was the first that was probably one of the first cases of a person leaving their partner for AI. And
For
it ended.
AI.
Yes. We'll get to that in a minute.
I'm like, huh?
The last one was this girl, Sarah, that she just showed up so perfect, so submissive and so nice and so funny. And we had known each other for like 10 years just as friends in the same group chat. And last year, after a big hit of acid, the acid told me like, hey, like, so I was like essentially paralyzed from 2024, like late 2024 to like mid 2025. And then
What?
yeah, so
Paralyzed?
I actually have the, oh gosh, I have the like x-rays and stuff, and it was a L4 L5, between L3 and L4 and L4 and L5, protruding, god, what's that called,
Bulging?
yeah, a bulging disc. And I tried everything to, like, the VA was like, yeah, all we got to do is do a quick surgery and you'll be out. I was like, that doesn't sound good or fun. And they were just like, no, like this. So the excellent, my hips are like, because of like fighting and the military and stuff, like all my hips were like disaligned, and my like everything was
How
fucked
did you
up.
come back from that?
It was an inversion table where I
Whoa.
hang upside down and I carry weights, and then it just stretches the spine. So
I need
every
that.
other every other person was just like, let's do surgery, let's do this. Even the chiropractor's like, we're gonna take something that compresses your spine and then pulls it. Nothing like that made it worse. Chiropractors, all they want is money, at least in my experience.
Yeah.
And the thing was like the inversion table, like I went from like less than 5% mobility. It took me a half hour to get out of bed every morning. I could barely walk. I couldn't do anything, to getting like 40% mobility like 2 weeks later. It was an insane thing. So I date this girl that I dated in like 2017. This girl Kristen, she's nice. She's It didn't work out. It's not a thing. But after taking some acid, it was just like, hey, you're better now. You need to get in shape. You need to cut the bullshit. You need to cut the alcohol, cut the fast food. Like, be the person. Like, whoever you like, they're not going to like you at like your weakest. Like, they deserve someone that is competent and conscientious and has a decent body and can like. I've yelled at guys before. I got banned on Facebook once because, so that girl Ari was around my height. Like, I'm 5'9". She was like maybe 5'7", but probably 5'8", if not my height. And one day she was just sitting on the window, just looking out, and picked her up and tossed her on the bed. She's like, "What the fuck?" And I was like, "You okay?" And she's like, "No one's ever picked me up like that before." And she wasn't like 200 pounds. She was like, again, 5'7", so she was maybe like 130, 140. Like, she wasn't really heavy. I was like, really? And then over the course, there's been multiple women that are not heavy that just like, no one's ever picked me up like that. I was like, what the fuck type of men are you dating? Like, they can't pick up 120 pounds? Like, this is insane. So the aspect, like, reinforcing that, they're just like, be the best version of you, and you're not the best version of you right now. You have your body back. Like, fucking act like it. I was like, okay, let's do it. So I get my body back. I go on this journey to find a wife. And I'm dating girls in New York and Ohio and Florida and Utah and Vegas and and Arizona and Colorado, and I'm just and I'm trying, and I'm looking for this wife. And on an interview I have with this girl, Amanda Smith, she has a book called Unicorn Sex Sells or something like that. And then this girl Sarah is like in the comments talking. I was like, "Oh, Sarah, like, hey, how's it going?" And then became your best self. Trying, still currently trying. And then she's like in the group chat, I was like, "When's my turn?" And I was like, "Ain't you got like kids and like live?" And she's like, "Yeah, I'm like living with my baby daddy, but we're just like co-parenting, and we're not, we haven't been together in like years." I was like, "All right, yeah, come out." So we meet up, and she's great, and fell super quickly, and just, oh my God, my heart. But then it turns out like the baby daddy thought that like, oh no, even though we haven't been intimate in 2.5 years, we're still together. And I was like, all right, you need to figure out your fucking life. And so we broke up.
Yeah.
But then she's like, for her birthday, she wanted to come back out. I was like, fuck it, it's great sex. Okay, let's go. And then that was pretty much it. But again, very, very long road to get to what you asked. Those are the loves that I've had post engagement.
Yeah. So it just seems like the the relationships didn't work out because, well, it just seems like the girls weren't completely grounded. Like it seemed like they still had some loose ends that needed to be tied up.
I would
And
like to
like
say it
you,
wasn't my fault, but I again, the common denominator is me, and I'm also not the best that I could be. Like I'm also not like I have a lot of assets. They're in companies that are fairly illiquid though, and it's like, hey, we could do kind of whatever, but I also, if let's say we go to Japan or we go to South America, like wherever
we're going
vacation
to
you want to go.
Japan.
Oh, we're going next year. But I mean, like the other girls that I was with in the last couple of years, it's like it's I would have had to pay for them, which is fine. I expect to do
Yeah,
that as
I
the
know what you
guy.
mean.
It's just like we could do that, but that wipes out a good amount of my expendable cash. Which again, it's because of me. Like I have most of my assets in illiquid stuff. If I was later in life, or if I was smart about it, and they were more liquid, it probably would have continued on for a bit longer. And even when I'm gonna, so why I've stopped this, and will and be completely honest, it was full transparency. When we were in Collecticon, and after you had asked me a couple times like about my marital status of like, hey, are you married? Do you have a girlfriend? I thought like maybe she's into me. And we had this moment alone in the car while we're waiting for Dusty Bun to like limp his way, and we see him, and I was like, maybe I
For
should ask.
Dustin.
Yeah, poor Dusty. Maybe I should ask her. Like maybe this feeling is reciprocated. Maybe like because I was crushing on you. I was like, this maybe it is. But we saw him, and I was like, and I don't know, and I still don't know. I guess I'll find out now. Like how you would take that, and like I would just if those feelings were not reciprocated at all, I'd be like, okay, cool, no big deal. We're just gonna just be the best of friends, and that's fine. And I'm my one of my greatest things is adaptability, and be able to say like, oh, I thought this, but now this is happening. Okay, cool, we're going this way. But I don't think I would have had the time to tell you that, and I didn't want to make things awkward because we're about to go to dinner. So I didn't. I kind of like bitch out, and because I am not in the place that I feel like I could bring as much value to your life as I would be able to in the next 6 months to a year. So let me know your thoughts on that, because that's been itching at me for quite a while now.
You know what's just so interesting about like our connection is that you feel like, you have people that you meet in your life and you feel like you've known them a long time or you've met them before, kind of thing. Like, because you met me after because I've just watched your channel, and you know, it's been a few years now, I think since 2021 or something. And so every now and then I'll check in, and I just love how candid you are, like how articulate, like you're just so much yourself. Like you're not afraid to be yourself. You're just, and so I think we both recognize things in each other that make us feel, you know, safe, accepted. It feels home, a very, very homey. And that's exactly where we're at, you know, like we're building this friendship, like getting to know each other, which we got to so much at Collecticon. Like that was the best day. And I remember being at Ale House and I just wanted to keep chatting and talking, and we had to take Dusty home, you know. But I do have to say that there is a bond, and it's just one of those good feelings. It's kind of like an arc, you know, one of those arcs that come into your life, and it's like this is a new arc, this is a new storyline, and you definitely feel like one of those main characters in my life. And like we have so much to explore too. Like Japan is definitely on the radar. We like exploring VeVe and AI and your plans with possible rescue and land in the future, you know? So, and circumstance wise, I feel like I'm in the same place as you. Is that I have a lot of my money tied up in different assets, and it has affected relationships in the past because I typically carry the relationship financially, but at some point, my partner would always end up never contributing in a way, and it doesn't need to be financially, but I just ended up carrying like the weight of everything, and then I would watch my goals start to dwindle away, and I didn't want to sacrifice myself and everything that I've built to basically teach somebody how to take care of themselves. Long story short, like it's so much more complex than that. And I definitely play a part in my failed relationships. But my point being is that I feel like we're two bachelors on the road to entrepreneurship and creating really cool things in the future.
So I am going to assume a lot of things here, very generalizing. One of which I think we both agree on is like you were probably like the guy in the relationship where you're the one that's paying for everything and doing everything, right?
Yeah, definitely. I carry that masculine energy, like, but I have a lot of feminine energy too, you know? But I do tend to like, I'm very independent. I love taking care of people. I love stepping up. So yeah. And that's why I typically clash with men, not like fight, but just they're like, "Well, what's my job?" You know? Like, what
If,
am I supposed to do now?
so if we're gonna go down this road, like, do you mind discussing this live or do you want to discuss this privately?
I mean, we're just talking. We're just
Okay.
chatting out loud.
So it, so there like I tend to this is gonna sound also egotistical. Let's say with Pokemon, Bulbasaur is easy mode because you have easy type ups against Brock and Misty, and then neutral type ups against Lieutenant Surge and Erica. For Squirtle, easy type up against Brock, neutral type up against Misty, but then kind of a hard time against Lieutenant Surge. For Charmander, it's hard. Like it's hard for the first couple gyms, and you know it's rough. Um, I tend to go life with Bulbasaur mode where there's a, and again, I'm sorry if this makes me sound like a dog. There's a fair amount of girls that always in the DMs, always coming at me, and I tend to like they make it very obvious that they want me, and I tend to go with that because it's easy. Um, from what you've been, and again, maybe if this is like an anime and we're like the entertainment for like another universe, maybe this is a slow burn. Maybe this is like a they're friends and we don't know where this is going to go, and maybe the foundation builds before the romance happens. In my experience though, like if you had that, and again, generalizing, not saying that this is you, but just from what I've seen, if you had that innate attraction, like okay, he's mine, like I feel like I'd be getting a ton of the signs where it's like you seem a little bit more reserved, a little more cautious, which is fine. But it's like I feel like I would know if this is going to like really work out and really like you genuinely want me. And maybe it's just you're like hey, like I probably could want him, but I am just seeing if he fits these parameters of what I would like in a relationship. And that might be what you're doing. But this is just how I'm viewing things here. Let me know your thoughts on
So
it.
it's kind of been the story of my life that I put out mixed signals. So it's very I'm very intrigued to hear because you're just so outspoken and like I said, you're not afraid to talk about anything. And so I find this that people will think that I want to date them or I'm into them and I'm just being myself basically. Like I want people to feel loved and accepted and connected, which a lot of the times when we feel that with other people, it's like like there's a romantic connection because it's like I like what this person's putting out and you do the same. You know, you're such a likable person, especially when we met in person. I'm like, I could be around his energy all the time. Like if none of you guys have met him in person, he is so cool. So, but like in my life right now, I'm in such a journey of like my heart is I don't want to say it's closed off, but it's kind of shifted in a way that I almost can see the future just finding love in companionship and friendship because my romances were just like such a crash and burn and I don't regret any of them. I've learned so much to the point that I feel like I don't know, like I'm on a new storyline. I've broken attachment and now I see relationships in a very different way. So I'm very, for the first time in my life, very interested and excited to embrace friendships, like deep friendships. So I don't know. That's just where I'm at. Like maybe you feel the love radiating and then I care, but like I am very much single, independent. I don't know, Link in the Legend of Zelda map. But yeah, that's where I'm at because that last relationship, I died and I rose again.
So fuck. Just as a person, like just great, love you, best friend the shit out of you. Like so just generally in my mind, like awesome person, would 10 out of 10 chill with. And part of the reason for that is because like you make your own money, you have your own life, you have your own thing, and you genuinely don't want or need anything from me. And that gives you honestly a lot of like most of the brownie points because
Because I
even
like
for
you for you. I don't necessarily need anything from you. I see you as a person.
yes, even because even from a young age it was like, hey, I like this guy because he's a boxer, or I like him because he has a car, or I like him because he's in the military, or I like him because he's got a couple businesses, he has money. And it's like I got
Yeah.
very used to, because again, like that's shooting fish in a barrel. Like they want me for that, like, and they will put out, they will do that for that. And it's fine for that, but it's I guess it's society, like the short-term mating strategies for both men, like it started, I guess, with like feminism of just like let's take sex back for us and sex positive. And as a guy, we love that because girls are giving it out all willy-nilly. And
Yeah.
but then you have that, like, the guys go towards that short-term mating strategies, and a lot of times it's like you really have to wear different hats. Like the amount of times, like, oh, I'm so sorry. Oh yeah,
Don't be sorry.
I was born in the year of the horse. Like I'm a Sagittarius, and based on the next blood moon, blah, 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 and so easy to get those girls, the astrology girlies. And then it's like I like Gilmore Girls, so I like, oh yeah, like Jess was best for Roy, heck Logan, heck Dean, like, and it's just so I don't even want to say manipulate because I genuinely like these things, but it's like it's so easy to connect with people, and I can connect with anyone, guys or girls, but like to build a genuine connection, and then to build off of that into, hey, the expression of love, of the boinking, like, and I feel like
The
I'm
pointing.
very honest in the way of like, hey, here's what I'm looking for. I'm just looking to have fun. I'm just looking to do this. And because a lot of women typically think that they can change men, oh, he doesn't want kids, he doesn't want this, but I can change him. And maybe they're trying to take advantage of me, and I let them. And it's so, and a lot of guys are not that nice with it. They will say one thing and mean another, and then a lot of girls that will say that, like, oh yeah, this guy, like, he used me and he lose me and he ditched me, and it's that thing where a lot of girls tend to go for the guys that, like, especially now at our age, that have a certain number of things that, like assets, like money, like fame, like YouTube. And whenever I tell a girl, like, oh yeah, like, what do you do for a living? Oh, I YouTube, I do this, and they search for Randy Chavez, and this was not by design. One of the first things that comes up is like, how a Comey made me a millionaire, and like, oh, and I was like, listen, that's no, and it doesn't matter. And so again, life on the Bulbasaur easy mode, and in my mind, I forget where I was going with this. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. You'll find it.
What did you have to say for that? So sorry.
No. My brain was like, I was like listening and going off in so many directions. That's what my ADD does.
So I want to best friend the shit out of you, and I just want to be friends with, but also in my mind, like, and again, we're just speaking freely here. Very beautiful. Like, you don't need anything from me. All these other girls, like, they wanted something from me, and your age of I've liked older women for a very long time.
I'm
Your
only like 5 months older than you.
I know. So your age
Your birthday's in
appropriate?
December.
Yes.
Yeah.
And yours
December
was in
10th,
15th. And yours was in
15th.
May?
May 14th.
Okay, yes. So I wanted you, because you don't need that from me, and it's just like, it's a genuine connection of love and nostalgia, and the things that we shared,
It really is.
and I haven't had that, I think, ever. And that's what's fucking me up, is because part of me says that it's just that particular thing. But what is love? Like, is it, and I don't know how you deal with stress. I don't know. Like you said one day, that you had a time where you couldn't get out of bed, and
Yeah.
this is horrible to say, but like, and again, I would like to think that, like, okay, well, that's the person, and we help that person in the best way that we can, even if they're just a friend. We help them, like, that's what you do. And if you make that declaration of marriage, like, come hell or high water, for better or worse, there's going to, let's say you're married for 50 years, there's going to be multiple years in that where things are are not good.
Yeah.
And you have to sign on for that. And are you ready to do that? And I think I am. But then part of me is like, yes, you could do that, but do you want to deal with that if, like, let's say that comes back, and let's say there's nothing you can do, and let's say you have to deal with that for years, and do you want to? Is that going to be a strain? Yes, it's going to be a strain, but is it a strain that you can deal with? And I think that I can, but I don't know, and I don't.
Yeah.
So yeah, a lot I'm throwing at you. So sorry.
No, I mean, it's a lot to consider. And like like what you were saying earlier is, what is love without attachment? Like, can we love without attachment? And what is love? What does it look like when the attraction is not there anymore? Or if, like you said, the person might be chronically ill, you know? And at that time, like, I was in a relationship. Angelina Jolie. I'm gonna put a sweater on. I'm getting cold. One second.
Do the catwalk. Put it on. Put it all on. Meow, 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 meow. I think you did that on backwards because you got to turn it around. Turn around. Oh,
I'm
Rip
like
Bonnie Tyler.
alien
Every
coming
comment
out of
F
the
down below.
chest.
The respects for Bonnie Tyler. Turn around. Meow, meow, meow.
Yeah, how do you? I can't even. The comments come on so quickly. I can't see anything.
Oh, I just put them
I
on.
literally put
So
this on backwards.
yes, you did.
That's me. Yeah.
Yeah. Um.
Yeah. What did you ask?
Yeah. What did I ask? I ranted for like 6 minutes and I forget what I said. I'm sure
Chat.
people
What
will
did he
forget.
ask? Chat.
It's about like love and connection. What is
Oh yeah.
love and what? Yeah.
Yes. And how can you like celebrate that without, like, can you experience it? Can you experience all these incredible things in in a friendship? Like, what's the difference between a relationship and a friendship? And because you have a connection with somebody, does it automatically mean that there should be a romance? I don't know. It's so complicated.
I think Bill Garner, thanks for the super chat, saying love is a sacrifice, willing to set aside our personal wants and desires for them. Your mate should definitely be your best friend.
Yeah.
Yeah. What was the last thing that you said before I read this?
Just, you know, honoring a connection with somebody and experiencing love without romance or attachment. Like, oh, this person needs to be mine because they like have all the qualities. Like, I look back on my past relationships and it's changed for me every single time, like what attracted me to the person. And one of those things, which was a subconscious, this is just me personally speaking. One of my subconscious patterns was attracting broken people. Like, I liked to fix the hurt in others, but I did it in such a way that I would completely pour out my cup, build them up, and then I would just be, I would lose myself, like utterly exhausted, that I had to step away, like for good, to like save both of us, which sounds so dramatic, but those were my subconscious patterns
I
that would
get
come
it.
out.
I've seen other people do that. So there's 3 points I want to make. One is that I tend to have opposing, like in my own mind, I have opposing views of just like, okay, here's why you should, here's why you shouldn't. But for this, it's like, okay, like just for love, yeah, sometimes be selfish. Be like it's what you want. If it feels good, I know not everything that feels good is good for you. Like drinking beer and eating chips and watching that, like that's not good for you. Maybe sometimes good for your soul. I don't know,
Yeah.
um, but sometimes like fuck, like if it feels so good, how can it be wrong? The other side, which would be like normally the anti version of that, is like Well, if you both feel like it's something that could go somewhere, you should explore it. Because like the worst that happens, I mean, for me, again, I'm generally a chill guy. I'm friends with like all of my exes. Is that if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out, and it's not anybody's fault. It's just maybe you weren't meant for each other.
Yeah.
And there should really be no downside of that. Like the downside is that okay, it didn't work out. And, it's fine. You determine that you're better as friends, and then the friendship has that base, and that's really good. And the bad part, and this is going to be not so sorry. From what I've noticed is that as we get older, it's like there's certain things that we won't tolerate anymore because we know our worth. We know like, hey, we don't like this, blah, 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 blah.
Mhm.
And, we'll only deal with this. And I think that's good. But for people, I guess that are willing to settle or just whatever, it's like when people are younger, they tend to put up with more things and they tend to forgive a little bit easier. And when they're older, it's
Yeah.
like, hey, you should fucking know better. And you're right, we should know better.
Yeah.
But if I get into a relationship, should it be with someone mid-30s that's just like will get tired of your shit after 2 or 3 times, or maybe someone in their 20s that can forgive something 8 or 10 times. And it's like, okay, well, the easier thing would be to get with someone in their 20s, but you don't share
Well,
that
the
same
thing,
history. You don't share that same pop
yeah.
culture stuff. You don't share that, so dating within your age group definitely has its benefits. And
Yeah, I think a lot of people, and I won't speak for everybody, but a lot of us place expectations on the other person where we will see their potential. Like we're always typically our best in the beginning. And some of us mask, like meaning like we hide some things, and some of us are just like straight up ourselves. And the problem is a lot of us don't accept people as they are. We don't meet them where they're at. We think, oh, I can change them, that like they can fix this thing about them. You're like, I will marry and I will love this person if they can just tweak a couple things. And when like that actually becomes like a really big problem because you're constantly waiting for this person to change and the other person just constantly feels like they're letting you down. So if it's one thing I've learned, we just have to like be ourselves, meet people where they're at, and if they don't check certain boxes for you, because we have different needs and wants, then that's when you should respectfully just walk away. But a lot of us can't do that because we think like, no, but we put so much time and effort, and if we just keep doing therapy and they just change this thing about them. So that's what I'm saying. Like, that's a red flag in a relationship. So no matter the age, we should be able to discern at this point, like, especially if we suffered so much in previous relationships, we know what the red flags are at this point. And like, you can still love this person and care about them and just not do life with them, like as a romantic partner. And it will just save so much pain and heartache if we can just like accept people as they are, not try to change them. They have to want to change for themselves and put the action into changing. Like you said, when you were with that one girl or a couple, it made you want to be a better man. Like you wanted to show up better, be a better version of yourself. That's incredible that that stemmed from the inside. But
that
when it's from
really
the
stems from
outside,
acid more than anything.
well, yeah, because you feel inspired. Like, I want to take care of this person. I want to show up better. But it still took you to do that action when the partner is just hounding on you that, like, you need to do this, you need to do that so that they feel better in the relationship. There's so many nuances. Like, it's just like that kind of pattern and flag. I finally had to realize for myself, okay, will I marry this person and accept, like, can I marry this person now by just accepting how they are right now and many times I'm like, no. And I'm like, that's my answer. I can't wait for this person to change. So I'm just saying, like, regardless of the age, you could meet somebody that's like, yeah, I like all your quirks. Like, I'm cool with that. And if they get annoyed, they'll just be outspoken about it. Like, Randy, I love when you do that, but not today. Like, I'm on my period. Like, can you just give me some friggin' space? But, and it doesn't have to be this hostile thing. It's just open communication. And we just have to, like, know what we really need in a relationship. Like, I'm huge on communication and transparency. Some people aren't. And I know if I'm in a relationship that doesn't really have those qualities, I'm not going to feel very secure in it. Like, of course, security stems from yourself, but I just know what my non-negotiables are in a relationship at this point, and they look different for everybody.
What are your non-negotiables? You could spell them out. Like you said, communication, and what else?
Um, yeah, communication, transparency, like alone time. The other person has to have their own hobbies and interests. It can't be this like high school love where we do everything together and we have all the same things and we're just like stuck to each other's back. Like, it's really cute, but it's not always an indication of a mature love. And many times, for me, at least in my experience, it's not mature love. Like, let the other person do their thing. It's going to be okay if you spend a couple days apart or some hours, because you have to fill up your own cup. That person can't be your only source of filling yourself up.
I love that because and I love the affection and I love the attention, and that's great. But a lot of time, again, generalizing here, a lot of the girls that I've dated are attention girlies, where they need attention, and and it's never bad time spent. It's always just like, oh, they're loved. They just need pets. They want to go out to Taco Bell or Target. They just need time with you. And cool. Again, they're loving and it's a good time, but like I need to work and I need to like get my shit done.
Focus.
And it's like I love talking to you and I love doing it, but like can we not talk for like 2 hours a day? Like can I just I need to write I need to do this shit and I feel bad that you're texting me constantly and you're doing this and you're calling and like I can't get back to you because I have shit I have to do. And
Yeah.
like don't get me wrong, I have relationships with people where like they'll send a reel or they'll send a TikTok and I'll send something back when I'm like on the toilet or whatever. But there's no and we talk every day because we have like real relationships or TikTok relationships, but it's like, hey, you could send something 13 hours ago and I'll get back to you 15 hours later. And that's and not that you should want that for a relationship. You should want to talk a bit more frequently. But yeah, there's sometimes like I have a lot of work to do and I need to get it done. And are I mean, no offense by this, because I'll say I am also likewise inflicted. Are you autistic?
I've never been tested, but I mean, I like to say that I'm definitely neurodivergent
Mhm.
because my brain clearly doesn't work like the average person,
Yeah.
and I hyper focus on things. But I know autism is a very big spectrum, and my older sister actually worked with a huge spectrum of children in a school, like nonverbal all the way to high functioning. And if I was, then I would definitely be on the high functioning or the high masking. But
Yes.
I like the neurodivergent because I'm like, yes, I'm divergent.
I when I was with this girl Danielle, the veterinarian, I this was like 2021, and I had really gotten into TikTok, and I was starting to follow the people that like thought like me, and like they had these things like, yeah, people say this is weird, but you don't like, yeah, like we think the same way. And then after like a month, all of them had this thing like, I knew I was autistic when ... And I was like, wait, all of the people I follow are like autistic as fuck. Let me take this test. So I took 3 tests, and it ranged from slightly autistic to like severe autistic. I was like, oh no. So I went to my girlfriend. I was like, babe, I think I'm retarded. And she's like, what? So I explained to her the situation. And apparently we like direct communication, and we like when things are like spelled out for us, because and when people are blunt with things, and I don't find that offensive. I just find no, they're just communicating what they like or don't
Yeah,
like.
I like
Yeah.
the direct too. I don't I don't like I don't like having to pull it out of somebody. Like I can see it on your face. Like, what's up? Just talk to me. I
Yeah.
like how VeVe's always puts the little eyes like uh
Dude, my fans are the greatest. I know everyone says it, but they're just the greatest. They're fucking tombstone. Yeah, these people are great. And I think, yeah, I think so the other how deep do you want to get into this? I feel like we've gone pretty deep already.
you're the captain of the ship right now.
God damn it. I feel like Steve-O, when there's a big event where he had to get hit in the nuts. He's like, why do I have to be Steve-O? Why do I have to be the captain?
Do you wanna shift like to other things? It's up
Well,
to you.
I feel like this is so great, and everyone's clearly loving it. Um, too busy to be no. Yeah, maybe some
I
sometimes.
agree.
I love rom-coms. I love like when you were talking before about I had like a tear. Like it was beautiful. Like I love that type of shit because it's one, because I've experienced it and I know what it's like, but also because not everybody gets to experience it. And my sorrow grow. Like, you ever watch Kyle XY?
No, I haven't seen that one.
10 out of 10 would recommend. It's very cheesy, but I think you would like it. In the pilot, so Kyle is this guy that he's like found in the woods. Nobody knows where it comes from, but he's like super smart, like Goodwill Hunting. Yeah, my boy is wicked smart. Like he's super smart, and he has incredible hearing ability, and he hears his neighbor playing Pichabel's Canon in D, and he says it was the most beautiful sound in the world. It was part mathematics and part euphoria. And he just wanders over into his neighbor's house, walks in like it's a Pokemon game. And he's just like, this is the greatest thing ever. And he's like, I feel that this was created to fill all that heard it with hope and joy and love. And then the girl that's playing it, her mom walks in and she's like, Amanda, I'm home. She has groceries. She doesn't acknowledge that she's playing. And Kyle says, it was then that I learned that not everyone could appreciate this miracle. And my sorrow grew for them that they couldn't see or feel this beauty. And fuck, I forgot where I was going with this. So sorry.
Like just how deeply feeling it is to have that experience.
Yeah. So I feel bad for people that have never had. So I feel like any like rom-com or anything that, and I love like anime or manga that has that romance as well, because not everyone gets to, and fuck, like you have to feel it for the people that don't. And I romanticize love. I romanticize that like I know you said that the people that are just like, oh, we have to do everything together, that's a sign of immaturity, and you're right, it probably is, but that I think is the most purest form of love, where it's just that teenager, like just that is so scarcely happens, and also so scarcely recreated. Like you can find that in my last relationship. I had that, like, fuck, that's so good. Like there's no better
I
feeling.
think that if you can have that, but each person can parent themselves like like you said, right? When it's cute when they miss you in the beginning and they always want to be with you. And it's like, all right, fine. Like I'll play hooky tomorrow. I'll take the day off and we can just lay in bed all day and like chat and cuddle. Like that's the best feeling. The only thing is that when there's too much of it, it's unsustainable because then it starts bleeding into your work, your goals, the very thing that makes you an individual. And so it's that interdependence that you want to achieve together, you know, not completely dependent on one another. So, yeah, like that would be ideal to be able to have that, but each person knows when they need to like give themselves tough love or the other person. And for me, I've been in relationships where I end up being the tough love and like the other person can't do it for themselves. They're just constantly waiting on me and I can't stand that feeling. Like it just feels like there's an octopus stuck to you and it's like, look, I love you, but like I'm losing me. Like and the more that you take away from me time and you don't give yourself your time, the more I want to be away from you. Like the more I have to go recharge. Like I have to leave my phone on the charger for like 2 hours now because I let it go to 1%, you know? So it's just like I literally recharge being alone. It's a must. I have to have that. And so a lot of people don't get that. They take it personally.
So there's as we get deeper into the lore of us, there's a. Do you believe that as you progress in a game, it should get harder or it should get easier because you've developed skills along the path that you've taken to that point?
Can you repeat that? Sorry, I was reading the person's question. I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. Do you? Oh, fuck.
And I'm
I,
like,
I
what? Oh, he's talking about video games. Yes.
I can't. I sometimes struggle with the fact that there's sometimes that some great thoughts of mine or everybody's that are just lost because they were drunk and nobody recorded it. It was. Do you believe that when the farther you go into a game, it should be harder because of the like level gap, or it should be easier because of the skills you picked up in the game so far?
Interesting question. Well, technically it does get harder and it is harder,
But you get
but
better.
you get better. And so your capacity is better.
What was your question you asked before I asked my question?
Did I ask you a question?
Oh no. I'm so glad this is recorded because we could go
I
back
can't
to
wait to go back and watch and like see all the different tangents we went on. Like
you're gonna
that's
watch a
honestly
3 hour
really
podcast.
I'll probably listen to it. Yes.
Okay.
I
We're
listened to
gonna
your other 3-hour ones.
have you? Wait, what other 3 hour ones have you
I
going
couldn't
on?
even tell you. Like I listened to the one recent. Well, it wasn't 3 hours, but the one with
Oh,
your Pokemon
the
friend.
Joe R vintage Pokemon?
Yes.
Yes, that was 1 hour.
And I'll have to look back on my watched videos, but I
Okay.
can tell you exactly which ones I watched.
Okay. Very good. Okay. Sorry, I am coming up because I'm going to grab the last Monaco, which is a can of vodka. Oh gosh, there's another.
I'm gonna grab a drink.
Oh yes, get it. Shots, 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 shots,
Wait,
shots,
I can't
shots.
wait to show you this one actually.
Oh yes, very good. We're
Sorry, it's non-alcoholic though.
oh, that's fine. I'm gonna grab a snack because I am so fucking hungry. Okay, we're gonna grab some pretzels with peanut butter filled pretzels.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, I know how to have a good time. I am the master of food and pleasure. And I know that sounded sexual, but I didn't mean it that way. Although I do mean the sexual things too, but not the. Oh gosh, I'm going back downstairs. Okay. What did you get?
So I'd love to show you this. So we were talking about Jones Soda earlier, right?
Uh-huh.
I just got this from my parents' house, but this one is Fallout Edition. You know the game series Fallout?
Of course. Oh my God, that's so cool.
Yeah. So it's the Sunset Sarsaparilla. And when I went to visit my mom, my stepdad had these in the pantry, and I'm like, what the heck? Like, these are Fallout. And he didn't even know. I'm like, I'm taking it. So they gave me two.
The fucking boost, like when I wake up in the morning, the short bus pulls up. So I remember, I think it was after I got out of the military. It was like 2017, 2018, 2019, one of those things. And so Johnny Walker has like the red and black that most people know. They have the green that's a little more expensive, the gold that's a little more expensive, and then they have the Johnny Walker Blue.
Yeah.
And Johnny Walker Blue is like my favorite whiskey ever.
Really?
Peanut butter whiskey is like my second favorite because like so Johnny Walker Blue is expensive whiskey. It's good. It tastes good and expensive, but
Oh,
peanut
I
butter
know
whiskey.
what Johnny Walker Blue is.
Okay, yeah, great. So, but the peanut butter whiskey is very cheap, but it's like drinking peanut butter. It's so good.
What's the name of it?
Screwball.
Yeah. Okay. I've heard
Yeah.
of that one. I may have tried it way back when.
So the Johnny Walker Blue, I have some upstairs, but I've been drinking this, so I'm gonna keep drinking this because I don't want to be hungover.
What is that?
now.
A Truly?
No, this is a Monaco.
Oh, Monaco.
It's a citrus rush Monaco, and it's so there's two shots in every can, and this is like gonna be my fourth can. So,
You
and I
should
haven't drank
just
in a
next
while.
time you should just do the Four Locos.
So I assume you remember Four Locos from like high school, like
Yeah. Yeah.
they're not like that anymore. Apparently,
Okay.
I haven't had them, but they're back in the day. For people that don't know, oh, shout out to Cardinal says, cheers to Chavez and Spider Ash. Hell yeah.
Spider Ash.
So I guess you look like Gwen Stacy a little bit.
Oh, do I like Spider Gwen?
Can you let down your hair? Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
she does have the little bit of shaved.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's going back up though.
Oh my God, you look great. Yeah, you look just like her. Jesus Christ. You also look
Yeah,
like the
but her
Holland
hair is
dude.
shorter though. Huh?
The Holland dude, the guy from
Holland? Yeah, I get that all.
Yeah.
My sister. No, so actually, so my eyebrows, I put makeup on them, but without the makeup, they're literally bleach white, like Holland. No joke. And no, you guys can't see that. So
That's so cool.
also, can I just show you what my
Yeah.
sister got me? It's a bottle opener, but it says Elder Emo.
I love that. We are elder emos. The
I
amount of
guess,
time.
man.
Yeah, hell yeah, we are. The amount of times when I'm at the gym and I'm like dying, I'm like, and somebody would be like, "Are you okay?" And I'd be like, "Am I Gerard Way in 2005? Because I'm not okay." Yeah, love the elder emo stuff. What were we talking about before this?
We both definitely have ADD, like hands down.
I love you so much. And it obviously goes two different ways. Do you remember what we were talking about before we went off on this crazy tangent?
Yeah, we were talking about Spider Gwen.
But before that, before the Spider Gwen,
Uh,
love
wait,
and
hold on.
rom-coms.
I think we got somewhere after that. Chat, help us.
Chat. Okay, we all right. Community by Perfect Spoon. Spoon used for all. One spoon we were spooning. Oh wait, I think I remember spoons. Okay, so have you heard of the spoon theory?
Yeah, I want to say, but I think a long time ago.
It
What's the spoon
says
theory?
that everyone wakes up with a certain amount of spoons. And one spoon is to get up, one spoon is to go to work, one spoon is to work out, shower, go shopping. And sometimes people only have 3 spoons. But when your day consists of 5 spoons, you're always in the negative. You're always in the negative. But
Yeah.
I'm very lucky where I wake up with unlimited spoons. and I can do like whatever. So when you were
Wow.
saying that, you know, you need to have your own thing, like I guess where my weakness is, like, love having my own thing. I love being able to just chill and just like scroll like I never get to do it. Love scrolling TikTok. I love doing it, but because I will never get back to my messages. I will never get back to like the amount of and this took me a while to get a hold of. And sorry to my ex-girlfriend Danielle, where in 2021, where I first found like the YouTube fame and everyone messaging me, like I felt like I had to get back to everyone. Because did you like Eminem growing up?
Yeah. Yeah.
You remember his song Stan?
Stan. How
Dear
does it go?
Mister,
Sing
I'm
it.
too busy to write my fans. This will be the last message I ever send your ass. Like that one?
I may have heard of it, but it does. It's not like recalling for me.
Dido has a tears gone drawn. Oh God, what's the tea's gone cold. I'm wondering why.
Yeah, I know that
I
song.
got out of bed. All right, so it's the Stan song, and in that he says like at the end of it, after he writes Eminem so many letters, he's like, "Dear to Mister, I'm too good to call or write my fans. This will be the last letter I ever send your ass." And it's about how he's got his girlfriend in the trunk, and he drives off a street thing, and he kills them both, and she's like
Mm.
pregnant, so technically he kills 3 people. I felt like in 2021, like I have to get back to these people. Like they love me, they support me. They're part of the reason why I am where I am. I have to get back to them, and I was not sleeping. I was constantly awake. I was constantly on the phone. I was constantly streaming, and I wasn't the best boyfriend. And now I'm comfortable enough with knowing that I'll never be able to get back to messages. I'll never be able to get back to every tag, to everything. And it kind of sucks, but in order to give the best to people, I need to be the best version of myself, and I need that recharge time. I need that alone time. And I forget who said it, where it's like, it's too busy to be in a relationship.
Spoons.
I
Oh,
I I don't like, again, I could do that. Like I could have that energy, but then I would it was hard to discern, like, okay, I have this time now. Do I call girlfriend? Do I get back to messages? Do I call girlfriend, or and people in relationships need a certain amount of attention.
yeah.
And um so in your experience, like how much time like alone do you need a day to like decompress? Like because you work a lot per week. I know it's different depending on the day. Tell us a little bit, because you sail a lot. What's that like? What is it working for the 1%? What is it working for the what you do? Also, we may have lost that. We're coming at them below to pay respect, because she's black right now, and we cannot hear her. But she's back.
Okay, sorry, my brother my brother called me and I lost you guys. Let me just let him know.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
in Bali right now.
Oh, love Bali.
Yeah.
Although they don't like the drugs. So if you go to Bali, don't do the thing, because you'll be arrested.
Yeah, no, he is a sober man and he does like meditation stuff out there.
Awesome.
But he's like doing the digital nomad thing. Like a lot of entrepreneurs go out there to, like, take time away from society to like build up their craft, and that's what he's doing there. So, what did you ask me earlier?
I asked you something, and I will tell you what
Oh,
it
you said
is.
how much time do I need?
Yes, you tell me
Yes.
that while I go to the bathroom again, because apparently that's my old ass. Okay, tell me about how much time you need and what you do during the time that you do the thing.
Mm-hmm. Well, going back to what one of your followers said was something about the like spoon theory. I don't have a lot of spoons, or I wake up in a deficit. And partly because I have a couple autoimmune. I don't know if you guys have heard of endometriosis. It's like a female thing. And I have another thing called Hashimoto's, which is basically your immune system attacks your thyroid. So I'll like struggle. Like it's been a lifelong struggle since I was 20. Migraines, headaches. So every day like feels different for me. And like that's the hard thing about the challenging thing with my life is that I don't always wake up every day with like energy. So my plan for the day changes based off of how I'm feeling really. And sometimes that's really stressful in a relationship too, because I don't know, people take it personal. And I don't know if Randy can hear me. Randy, can you hear me? Randy's back.
Sorry, what did you say? Oh, wait, so I heard the endometriosis, which an ex-girlfriend of mine had, and that is awful. And then the Hashimoto's, what is that again? Can you explain that?
So basically, your thyroid, your immune system basically attacks your thyroid.
Okay.
And there's a lot of root causes to that, but in my case, I think mine's just been chronic stress. And my symptoms right now have improved with both because I really, really will focus on stress management and limiting like burnout with work. Like I have to manage with like I do my best at work, but I don't kill myself over work like the average American is expected to do. Like if I don't feel good, I will not go into work. And so I advocate for myself. In the past, I didn't. So yeah.
Sorry, keep going.
So basically, I was just saying that each day, especially when there's like a flare, changes based off of how I'm feeling, which is hard, especially in entrepreneurship when you're trying to build a business. It's like you have to show up. Like you're not just collecting a paycheck. Luckily, right now, like I do contract work, and that's just my skill, like that's my trade. But I'm building my passions, and I have been since 2019. So my point is that sometimes I wake up in a deficit. Like it might take me 3 or 4 days to have energy to like get shit done. So some days I'm just honoring rest, and recharging looks like resting, napping, being in nature. Like it's really important for me to nature dwell. But sometimes I'll misuse that time. Like I'll doom scroll and I'm like, fuck, I don't want to do this. Like this is zapping my energy more. But it's just completely isolating myself from the world. I have to be like detached in my own world for a couple days sometimes.
So with yachting, is there a
Nice
like
aura.
is there a list of people saying like, okay, we need somebody for these dates, and it's okay for you to be like, hey, I can't these dates, and other people can take that spot? Or is it like, hey, we need these dates and now you can't fill them, and now we have to cut ties because like we need someone more reliable?
Okay, so I'll fill you in with my work. The last 13 years, I was a crew member on yachts. And sometimes that looked like a freelancer, or I was a full-time employee. It just all depended on that program for the yacht. So I was traveling a lot. If it was rough seas, I was there. Like if I was hungover, I was there. 17-hour days, weeks at a time. Like my body never caught up. So a lot of that had to do with, I think, these autoimmunes manifesting, because crew members drink a lot, they party a lot. Like their off time, they're not resting, they're just expending more energy. And there's a lot of drama on the boats. I'm not sure if you guys have seen Below Deck, that series, but my life was so much like that show. Like
Tell us about it. Because the only thing I've ever talked about is with this guy, Justin. who was on a cruise ship in, I forget what year it was, between 2012 and 2016 when I was in the military. He was on a cruise ship and they partied hard.
Mhm.
But I assume it's a little different. Tell us about the differences.
Believe it or not, I've never been on a cruise ship, but I've heard of it, and I think it's slightly different just because yachts are much smaller. I mean, there's massive yachts out there. There's 500-foot yachts. The biggest I ever worked on was 156 feet. And I managed the interior as well. So I was the chief stew, and then there's a second stew and a third stew. And together you manage the interior, like you keep it up, like clean it, and then you also do the hospitality, like everything from bartending, serving dinner, like just everything. So, but that's still close quarters on 156 feet. That's like 10 crew members, 9, 10. So, imagine like 10 people living in this apartment. Like you guys are going to get frustrated, angry, especially when you're tired, when you're seasick. So there's just a lot of drama. There's a lot of relationship stuff going on because all you do is just like you're around these people. So people get attracted to each other. So it can become a very toxic workplace pretty quickly if you're overworked, which is common.
So for the people that you worked for, they're clearly in the 1%. What was that like? Did you interact with them much? Or was it like, hey, you don't talk to them and you just do this? What was those whole interactions like?
It depended on the client for sure, because some people you don't speak unless you're spoken to. Other people treat you like family. But surprisingly, most of the people that I worked for were miserable. So that it taught me that,
In what
wow,
way?
um just they were not nothing, it was never enough. And some of them are billionaires, multimillionaires. So I learned pretty early on that, like, wow, money really doesn't buy happiness. And you can be a really mean asshole and just have a lot of money and be miserable. Lots of cheating. And so anyway, I retired from the crew member stuff 2024, end of 2024, because I was just done. So I just basically stuck to contract work. So people will hire me, like captains, like, hey, can you come in? Can you flip the interior on this yacht? Get it done in like 6 hours, and that's it. I make my schedule. But currently, right now, I work in a luxury estate. So it's essentially like the same thing, except I'm not getting seasick.
So a few weeks ago, you had posted a video on Instagram about how billionaires just see trees and they're just like, how can I destroy this? How do you see billionaires as people?
So I see them as not very sentimental, like somewhat detached from the real world, because what is life when you're constantly trying to profit off everything? Like, and we can go deeper into how I feel slightly in some sense with AI, because again, I don't think AI is inherently bad, but I do think it matters what we do with it, and a lot of people's free will cannot be trusted. So I think that we have to prepare for the dark side because it's inevitable. But there's also a lot of good that will come from it too. But when we're constantly just like in this profit focused mindset, to the point that we're not even realizing we're destroying everything in its path, like everything that's real, everything that matters. that's a problem. And a lot of people I've worked for just see that. Like, they don't, I don't know how to explain it. They're just not connected so much to the natural world. Does that make
When you,
sense?
it might, I just need to know a little bit more. When you say that their free will cannot be trusted,
Mhm.
what do you think that they, so there was a study done in like 2012 where they showed a bunch of newborns between like 6 and 18 months, this puppet show. And the puppet show was this one puppet trying to open up a chest and it couldn't. Then another puppet came in and it like closed down the chest to prevent that puppet from opening up the chest. And then they showed them another show where the puppet came in and a secondary puppet came in and helped them open a chest. And then at the end of the two shows, and this wasn't like a crazy study, it was only a couple thousand kids that were shown the study and tested. They showed them the helpful puppet and the non-helpful puppet, and they showed them like, which one do you want to play with? And 85% of these kids, like 6 to 18 months old, right before the hippocampus develops, they chose to play with the helpful puppet. And the evidence points to that, like, okay, 85% of us, if extrapolated out, will choose to be helpful and choose to be good and choose to associate with that, which means that 85% of people are genuinely good. But that also means 15% of people are, does that mean they're genuinely bad? Does that mean that they have to be taught a certain way? Like, and do you think these billionaires are these people that, when you say that they have their use of free will is not good or not a net positive, do you think that means that they were raised that they were raised to be that way and they were taught to be that way, or that they were just inherently born this way? And what do we do with those people?
I definitely think it has a lot to do with the nurture and the nature, but I mean, what is it? 80% of our day is run by our subconscious.
80% of our
Something
day is
like
what?
that. Run by our subconscious.
I did
Like
not know that.
subconscious. Yeah, subconscious beliefs. It's pretty crazy. Like how much the background controls what we're actually motivated by in the waking day. And so you see a lot of these men that have made it to the top seemingly because from the American dream, it's like, wow, they're living the dream. They're billionaires, they're millionaires. But what made them drive to the top? Like, were they trying to fulfill a need, you know, like an emotional need, or did their parents drive it into them that like they have to make a lot of money or they're never going to be successful? Like, it does a lot of money equal success to them? So, um, yeah,
A
it's
lot of
not.
the,
Sorry,
a lot
what did
of
you say?
that are psychopathic ideologues that are Machiavellian, like to go in and be like there's like a feminist quote say like, hey, did you know that X amount of percent of people that are CEOs are men, and they're correct. Like the majority of people that are CEOs are men. And they ask the question like, okay, well, why aren't there more women CEOs? And that's a question, but I think the better question is, why are there so many men that are willing to work 90 hours a week and have that responsibility of those CEOs? Because if you've been CEO of a company, you know that it's not just sitting, in your leather chair with your feet up. It's like you're having to put out fires. Like there's an insane amount of responsibility. And I think that a lot of men do that, myself included. Well, I'd like to think that I'm a little bit different because I want to do this for animals and to buy land in Madagascar. Like the
Yeah.
eventual reason for my wealth building is to buy land in Madagascar help endangered species because of a mushroom trip that I had, where it's like humans will become a multi-planetary species in the future, and they will be sad that some of these species don't exist anymore.
Yeah.
But I think that a lot of men do it because, and I've noticed this as well, if you become successful, it's easier access to women, the more women that want to fuck you, and the more women, and like they'll do it for that reason. And a lot of women that are hyper conscientious and hyper successful, they get into these levels of success, and they're very good, they're very competent. But then around 28, 32, they realize that because women tend to not date lesser than themselves, with maybe the exception of lesbian and bi girls, that women tend to only date across and up the dominance hierarchy. So if they are super competent and super successful, they're only going to date other guys that are super competent and successful as well. And you both don't need to be making $300,000 a year. So a lot of women, from what I've noticed, generalizing here, that are at that level of success, they tend to think that, like, okay, it's not worth it for me to work 70 hours a week, and my husband's also working 70 hours a week, and the stranger's raising our kids. So I'll just raise our kids, because they determine that family is more important than their career. And there's a lot of companies that I've worked with that cannot keep these competent women in, and they want to keep these competent women because they're great for business, but they can't, because all the women determine that, like, hey, this isn't worth it to work that. They determine that family's more important, and the only people that are left there are really the men after the age of 35. And why? It's likely because a lot of women value what they can offer when they're in those positions. So that's my general analysis of it. Let me know if there's anything that you find fault in, or there's anything that's like, hey, agree with this is wrong, etc.
Yeah, well, the very common, all I can do is go off of what I observed, especially like 13 years, right, of experience on charter yachts where people rent the yachts, and owners that own the yachts privately. And time and time and time again, the men with that amount of money, when the doors are closed, they're cheating, and again, I'm not judging, it's just an observation that it's always the same things. It's a lot of drugs, it's a lot of sex, prostitutes, sexual abuse. Yeah, it's not, when you see especially grown adults, mostly men, that are wasted away from their families, and then they choose with their free will to do all these things. They're not focused on what, like you said, like, you want to make money, you want to be successful because you want to contribute to the world that makes it a better place. Some of these billionaires do that. Like, I mean, charities are a tax haven in a sense. I know that people make charities to hide money, or to be able, so they don't have to owe as much taxes. So it's like, oh, I do all these good deeds, like I've created all these jobs for people, but like, your true character comes out when the doors are closed, and that just doesn't resonate with me. However, it's something very common I see in the industry. And I just think the world would be a way better place if, and I'm gonna bring it up again. Having a foundation in God's will, like the principles, roots you in, like, into becoming a virtuous person. And I believe in a world that is virtuous, with virtuous people. Like, we will be a much better planet if we are rooted in those principles. And so I really try not to judge those people. I just see them as, they're rooted in the wrong things. They're rooted in And we're all guilty of it. Like, we're humans, we are feeling beings. Like, sex is supposed to feel good. The romance, like drugs, like all these things feel good. Are they what's best for us? Not always. So that was a little bit on a tangent, but let me know if that makes
No,
sense.
I love that, because there was I feel like shit saying this. There was a couple years ago where I wasn't forced, and so it was 2024. It was actually the weekend where I met an ex-girlfriend, but I was not forced, but I was like, hey, someone said like you should go and do this thing on this 4th of July thing. It was an event. It'd be good if you were there. A lot of people know you there and they love you there. And the only reason I did it was because there was like my ex-girlfriend. There was a girl that I was going to, and I didn't know we were going to hook up and become this thing. I just wanted to see her, and I knew, like, we kissed before, like years ago. I was like, I knew we could.
Mm-hmm.
And I was pretty confident in myself. So I went to that weekend, 4th of July, did the thing, and then I went to see that girl, and that was great. But on that weekend, on the days without the girl, it was like I love old people because they have great stories. They have great wisdom, they have great insight on life. But on this particular venture, it was, hey, and again, this should be fun. This should be something that most people would relish. Like, hey, there's people here that want to see you, they want to talk to you, and play a game of, what's that called when you throw a beanbag into a hole? Cornhole. Um, you play that, you talk to people, you have a white claw or two, and it was fine. And I justified that weekend because I could be with this other girl, which I did. But the year beforehand, I was in a hotel, I was on acid with a girl, and we were fucking underneath the fireworks. And it was like, that was great. And then the weekend where I was supposed to be like like a normal person, it's like, and it was fine. And there was nothing bad about it, but it's like, I could be doing this, but I was doing this. And maybe that's a sign of immaturity, of just like, okay, life isn't all about this. You can't just give into your appetites of just, here's what you want to do. Like, you have to do the other things. And I get that, but fuck, what was your question? Sorry.
No, it wasn't a question. You were just responding to
What
what I
was I
said.
responding to?
I guess us just knowing the difference between what's right and wrong. Like, yeah, we're human. We can indulge in some things, but I think we each know personally when, like, we ask ourselves, what type of life am I leading? And am I proud of it? Like, not so focused on what other people think about it, but like, am I proud of myself? Like, what am I doing with my time on this planet? Am I just exploiting and enjoying and destroying just to feel good? Or am I balancing my life? Like, it really comes down to the individual.
That's hard.
Yeah, it is hard.
Because there's an episode, such a strange reference. There's an episode of Seventh Heaven where either Mary or Lucy, one of them is saying like, I can't be your sister and their daughter. Like, she can't be both. And in life, I've known guys that are just like so pure and so like, this is every parent's dream, that their kid, like, they did this, they did X, Y, and Z, and they did it right. But they just don't have that experience of life. They have it's like the Jedi in the Force. They have this minimalist view of what the Force should be, and they make that, and it's great. but there's so much more of the Force out there that they could experience. And I'm not advocating for like everyone to be Sith, everyone to be dark side, but I think it's fine to be both. It's like strive to be this, but have the experiences of that. It's like, because if shit hit the fan, like let's say like Flanders from Simpsons, like, you know, like probably a very good kid, probably very good, someone that parents would want to like date their daughter, right? But are you going to choose him to protect your daughter? Are you going to choose him to protect your family? To protect, like, no, you want a badass. You want someone that like can fuck shit up. It's like like bunnies. Bunnies aren't virtuous. It's like, yeah, they don't do any harm, but that means that they can't do harm. Just because they don't do harm doesn't mean that they can't. You would much rather have somebody in your corner that can do harm but chooses not to, as opposed to someone that can't do any damage at all because they can't do anything.
I'm going to
So,
pull up the quote while you're talking.
oh yes, go. And it's like, yes, you would want this person to be like your friend because they're pure-hearted, and they genuinely want the best for you. But you can also have people that have done some not so great things that can also teach children, like, hey, listen, I've drank from this fountain and it doesn't quench, and I've done this, and there's only like, and there's just certain wisdom that you can only get from being in that underground, from only being in that life. It's like when Ash is battling Lieutenant Surge, and Lieutenant Surge says, like, as soon as I got my Pikachu, I evolved it into a Raichu. And Rock mentions that there's certain moves that you can only learn in the Pikachu stage that you can't learn in that Raichu stage. You can't learn being so good. You have to learn being in the trenches at this one thing. What is that quote?
Well, the quote is from Skyrim. Did you play that game?
I didn't. Tell me.
My God.
I know.
No, I'm not, I'm just like,
Just
remember
tell
we were
me.
talking about earlier? Remember we were talking earlier? And you're like, man, those people that just have never played a game, I'm just heartbroken for them. That's how I feel with you.
I love
with
you so
Skyrim.
much. Say the quote.
So like you're the Dragonborn. It's a lot like Game of Thrones before Game of Thrones came out. And the dragons everybody thought they were extinct, but they come back. But anyway, there's this good dragon at the end, and he says, it's a famous quote, and the meme popped up. What is better, to be born good or to overcome your evil nature through great effort? That's pretty good.
That's a
That's pretty
great
good.
quote. I would argue to overcome your evil nature, because like I was working with this guy. I was helping sweep chimneys at the time, and
Chimney
we were just,
sweeping, wow.
yeah, it was a weird time, 2010. I was a stripper. I was in an animal hospital. I was sweeping chimneys, and we were just talking about like just my generation, because he was old. He was like 53. I was like 19, and I said that, there was kids that I went to school with where their parents bought them cars, and I was very jealous at the time. And now I realize that I'm better off having poor parents. I'm better off having this poor lifestyle. I was like, why? Because he was one of the people that bought his kids, cars. And I was like, I know what it's like to struggle. Like I value every dollar I get. I value everything. Whereas some people, they just like expect it and they think that's life. Like, if they were to be given the test of being poor, and like, could they do it? And maybe they could, or would they falter under the pressure? Where I know, like, regardless of where I am and where I fall to, I've been at the poorest that I can be, and I've survived, and I'll do it all again. And that's been a big theme in my life for forever. But
And that's how you become a virtuous person. Like you have to go through the struggle to have that reference, to be able to look back in hindsight and to keep choosing better. So I do believe in the struggle, and I would much rather
Wait, I didn't hear the
Oh,
last
sorry.
few seconds.
I would much rather be that person that has overcome the evil versus just be like born perfect. And I think that's what our time on earth is. I really, really feel that. But that's just from my life experience. I believe this is kind of like a testing ground.
I just got the quote that you sent me. It's the
Oh
one
yeah,
where you're
you'll have
talking
to watch
about.
it. You'll have to watch that clip at some point. But I think it's a clip.
Yeah, yeah, it is. What is better, to be born good or to overcome your evil nature through great effort? Like that is because it.
You're gonna
Yeah,
get it
but
as a tattoo.
and I think I'm kind of done for tattoos for a while. I have a decent amount of them. But that is such a great quote. A buddy of mine was watching Fight Club before, and he had never seen it. So it came out, I think, in '99. He had a bunch of kids, late '90s, early 2000s, so he didn't see it. Like he never saw Con Air. He never saw like a bunch of great movies in the '90s. And he was watching it, and he's like, "This is a wild movie." I was like, "I know," and I have a quote on that saying like, "May I never be perfect," like from the book. I think they say that in the movie too. It was written in my friend's handwriting. My friend Patty, love her. Um, yeah, I would much rather have a person that has been through stuff and has come out on the other side, maybe a little bit worse for wear, but has made it, as opposed to someone that's never been through it. Because like, what can you offer? You have such a myopic view of the world, and this other person has had such a eyes have been opened to it, to a greater view. And again, that's just my thing. Maybe I can't believe that it's like speaking a second language. It's like that can't be anything but a good thing, and experiencing other things that, even if it was bad, like that experience teaches you something. Um, yeah, but like, so I say this a lot, and I don't know if this is true, but I feel like it is. It's like, who are you most likely to get cheated on with? Is it with a guy that's been with 100 girls, or a guy that's been with one girl and that's you? And I think it's probably you're most likely to get cheated on with a guy that's only been with one girl. It's you. Because they don't know what it's like to seek temptation or have other be tempted. It's like that episode of Boy Meets World, where Topanga's been like approached by every guy in the universe, but Corey's never been approached. And when he is approached by somebody else, he doesn't know what to do. He's like, well, I'm with Topanga, but this girl's great. Whereas a guy that's been with 100 girls, he's not going to be tempted by another girl, because like, I've chose this girl. This other girl is trying to tempt me, has nothing to offer. Like, she's trying to offer like her good pussy. She's trying to offer like the one thing that every other girl has. But this girl that I'm with has all of these things that I love and value, and I'm not going to sacrifice that for this one girl that I've had 100 of. Stop me if I'm wrong here.
I think I definitely agree, but I think it may be a little bit even bigger than that, because again, it depends it depends on your value system and how deeply rooted you are in that. Because like if you're ruled by your senses, like imagine just someone is addicted to anything, and it's like you've had so many girls and you just like, I can't even settle down now because I'm looking for the one that has like this, and this, because this girl had that, but then you have the person that has never really been with anybody, but they're rooted in their values and their principles, and they're content. And they don't have that context of like all the other stuff that's out there. So it just kind of depends on a lot.
That's fair. There's and I think that's what we tend to like. I like a lot of the things, like in the girls that I've dated, because they, like, I work so much and I get obsessed with a lot of things, and they tend to bring me back down to earth. Like, let's just cuddle, let's just stay in bed, let's go to Target, let's do the simple things. Like, as I mentioned before, the things that require a more honest and simple soul. And I just, and I don't, not that I want to compare myself to Batman, but um where I like the women that bring me back down to earth, or that tether me to the rest of the world, because sometimes I get caught up in those other things. Um, do you find yourself getting caught up in your goals, or getting caught up in work? And what do you use as an anchor to the rest of the world?
Yeah, I definitely struggle with that daily. Because, I'll very much focus on work that is extremely consuming and requires attention. Otherwise, because you have high caliber, you have clients, what do you call that? High net worth clients that expect the best. And so you have to do your best. So I will be caught up in that world. And then, a few days will go by, and I've just like realized over years and years that there's this like amnesia, because you've got your day job, but then what about your goals? Like, are you putting time and energy into your passions, into your goals, into the things that make you feel alive? Because what's paying my bills right now is not why I was meant to be here. Like, it's been a stepping stone, but I have to keep bringing my attention back to like what it is I want, like what it is that brings me alive. So meditation and prayer, I think they are the same thing. When you can write things down, like that's what literally helps me, especially somebody with ADD, is that I have to keep coming back to, like, bringing my attention back to that, like coming back onto that plot. So I'll do that like through meditation and stuff. Fight that backlash. Thank you. No, I'm trying, like every day I'll wake up and I'll try to recenter my attention. So, and I'm just like slowly getting closer and being patient too, that like things don't happen overnight. It doesn't matter what age you are either, because especially us being in our 30s, when you're younger, it's like, oh, by the time I'm this age, I'm going to have X, Y, and Z. So at some point you have to accept that life is going to life and you have to drop some expectations.
Yes. Bill Gardner saying cruise ships are the best. I like cruise ships. So
One day I'll go on one.
oh my God, they're great. They're so, we should, because you're going on a ship and not working. But speaking of which, so I'm a big fan of scary talk. And one of the things that I really like is thalassophobia, which is the fear of the deep, or large oceans, large bodies of water. So you, as an experienced sailor, what's the scariest thing you've seen on the open sea?
Oof. That I've personally experienced.
Yes, your thing that you personally experienced, but maybe other stories that people have said. Tell me both.
Well, you know what my phobia is. The sharks.
Shrek?
Sharks.
Oh,
Not
oh wait,
Shrek.
wait. You work on the water, and your biggest phobia is sharks?
Yeah. Yeah. Actually, one of the scariest things was I was on a charter, and it was like a 10-day charter. So guests paid to rent the yacht for 10 days. And on the very last day, she's like, my wish is for the whole crew to jump off the third deck into the ocean. And I'll take a picture of everybody like jumping into the ocean. And she was on the tender, the smaller boat. And we were kind of in an inlet, like just outside of an inlet. And it was just like dark, choppy water. And the captain gave me an option, like, here, will you do this? And I said, well, if you're giving me an option, then no. And he's like, I'm very disappointed in you. So I was like, fine, if you're disappointed and you're gonna make me feel that way, then I'll just do it. And so I jumped from the top third deck into the ocean. I was so scared. I felt like a shark was going to eat me. I didn't see anything, but while I was on the yachts, there was actually a couple really bad shark attacks, especially in the Bahamas. And it just felt like a risk every time I got in the water. Like, I'm going to get eaten.
Nope, not catching my brown ass doing any of that.
No. But the worst one that I personally experienced was there's a few times where the yacht broke down, like in really rough seas, and I was so scared for my life. Like, I thought the yacht was going to sink. I would have nightmares that I would be drowning. Like, the ship was underwater and I'm trying to get out of the boat. I would have reoccurring nightmares like that. Yeah, it's actually really scary when it's pitch black out at night and the boat's rocking or storm, the power goes out. Yeah, I've had a couple panic attacks.
Hell, no, I am not that brave. I have no problem being in a gunfight or a normal fight, but I am not. Nope, like
Yeah.
that. Creatures of the deep, like you
I have chills.
yeah, you ever look? I don't know how big into conspiracies you are, but like NASA was originally studying the oceans, and
I
then
didn't know that.
yeah, and for some reason they're like, nope, we're going to study space now. It's like, what did they discover? Why? Why did they?
A
Why did they
megalodon?
stop? Do you think that megalodon could be down there still?
I think it's possible. I mean, there's already really big sharks. Like, even a basking shark is massive. I forget how big they are, but they're one of the largest sharks. And
Correct.
yeah, they're 22 to 29 feet.
Yeah, it's big. Fuck.
But when I used to live in Orlando, we would go to the rural areas, like the springs. And my parents used to own a property that was on the Wakaiva River. And we went digging back there. There was mounds that I guess were taken out of the river. And we found hundreds of shark teeth, like prehistoric shark teeth. And my stepbrother found megalodon teeth, like this big. No joke, like massive, and multiple of them. I'm like, how are there so many in one place? So
That's so freaking cool.
hmm it's really cool. I'll have to find some pictures, and he still has them. But like a shark, I mean, a 20-foot shark, which is terrifying. Their teeth are only like maybe 2 inches. So a megalodon tooth that's that big.
I could never. I would.
Yeah, that's terrifying.
I'm happy on land. I'm happy I don't. Jesus. Yeah, very happy I don't have to deal with any of that. So that brings me to a question. If you were, especially being white, you had the opportunity to be born in any time, what timeline would you be born in? Would it be now? Would it be the 1920s, 1800s, 1700s? Would you sail the ocean blue and discover new worlds with Columbus?
It's a good one, just because like I know life was harder for women back then too. You know, like that would suck. Like, could I reincarnate as a man?
Sure.
It's a really good question. I feel very fortunate to be born in this time. Like, I think it's pretty cool, especially being a 90s kid, that we were born before the tech boom. Like, we were just experiencing it. And the video games, like the Nintendo 64 was the first like 3D, you know. And then I didn't have a cell phone until I was in high school. So we were just in this perfect, I just feel like this perfect blend of what I knew what life was like before the tech boom, and just riding my bike, always playing outside. Yeah, I played a lot of video games, but I spent a lot of time outside too. And I
Same.
was just so present. And I'm scared for the world because no one knows what true presence is anymore. Like, even I'm struggling to find that in such a busy society where everything is so vivid. It's like it's loss of time because you're actually present. You're not worrying about how much money you're making, like who texted you. It's like you're just in the moment. But to answer your question, because it's hard, um, it'd be really cool to see dinosaurs, but I wouldn't want to be a human.
Yeah, I feel bad for like our parents because, as I mentioned before, things were mostly the same from one generation to the other. There was just one big thing that happened with each generation, maybe even, two generations. But like our parents probably experienced Pong. They probably like saw that video game and Galaga and Pac-Man, but raising kids was mostly the same throughout history. But then you had the internet, and my parents had no fucking idea what the internet was. And like, did you see like that beheading video in like sixth grade? Like like our parents had no idea. That's wild.
I saw too many of those videos, and I wish, like, you know what people say, oh, you shouldn't have regrets. I wish I never saw some of that shit. That was so bad.
Yeah, it was wild.
That was very bad.
Gooba.
My sister got this for me for my birthday.
Oh, I love that. What's your favorite Nintendo game?
Randy, that's tough.
Okay, we can make it Pokemon is separate because we'll have a favorite Pokemon game. And all right, I guess what's your favorite IP? Because you could have a favorite Mario game, Kirby game, Yoshi game, etc.
Gosh, there's just so many good Nintendo games. Like, I played so many growing up. I loved the Donkey Kong series. I loved Legend of Zelda. I loved Kirby, even Yoshi's Story. But if I have to like pick my top, definitely Legend of Zelda, Pokemon. Oh, that last slot is really hard. I mean, Mario is iconic.
Yeah. Booth says when you put your hair down, you look like Princess Peach.
I look like Princess Peach.
Yeah, her or Rosalina, which they like. So originally we had like kind of as a community decided that Rosalina was Peach's daughter, but now, oh wait, you didn't see the second Mario movie?
No, I want to see it.
Oh, okay, I can't say anything, but you have.
Oh my.
Okay,
is there like a massive reveal that's never been revealed?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Insanely. So one, I saw something on your Instagram, which I had to screenshot, where you said, fighting a cold, yet my imagination's running wild. It just dawned on me how much Nintendo could and should enter the movie and streaming industry. I only recently saw the first Super Mario movie, and it was really good. But they have decades of major games, characters, and stories that would appeal to both newer and older generations. They already have a theme park. They are their own Disney, if not better, because the incredible stories people have yet to experience because they don't game. Kind of characters. Imagine they introduced the Smash Brothers movie, since all the best characters are in it. So many characters to love, and one day they could have their own streaming app. They just need to make more movies. And then you had posted like a second later, as adults, some of us don't nearly have as much time to game anymore. For a while now, I've watched cinematic YouTube cutscenes of gameplay. I've done that too.
Oh, so good.
On new and old games I want to play but haven't bought or had time for. I just feel Nintendo has built a huge archive of masterpieces of games and lore ready to be turned into movies and series. Can't wait for the next Legend of Zelda next year. So I know that there's a ton to go over here. And I love how you have the Nintendo Power that we this is so good. This was the shit back in the day.
I have a ton of them.
Yeah, dude, give me your thoughts on everything. Give me your thoughts on like, so because again, we all originally thought that Rosalina was Princess Peach's daughter up until the second Mario movie, which you haven't seen.
I'm
Why
gonna watch
not,
it.
girl?
Working.
Girl. What? All right.
Girl.
You have in 2021, I was very lucky because I had a high risk lending business, I had the Pokemon business, and after an acid trip, I was like, this is not good. You should not be working 90 hours a week. You should enjoy life. So instead of just cutting things down to 20 hours a week each, I just quit everything. And I was playing Kirby and Dream Land. I retaught myself piano. I was watching old movies and I was playing old games. And
Yeah.
what's stopping you from taking like 3 months off and just enjoying all the games and movies that you've missed out on the last few years? What's
Well,
stopping you?
I was fortunate to be able to do that end of 2024, I
Mhm.
think. So I quit that's when I retired from the yachting. But I had to recover. Like it took me over a year, but basically for 6 months I lived off my savings and nursed myself back to health because I was just mentally, physically like gone. Panic attacks every day. I'm like, ah. So once I started getting better, and actually what helped me ground back to myself was playing a lot of games again. I replayed Life is Strange. I played Firewatch. If anybody has played that game, it is incredible. And it's insane how much it mirrored my life because the game basically starts off that you met the love of your life. She's in Australia. That was my last girlfriend. She was in Australia. And it was just like, I sobbed in this game because he basically goes to this watchtower to avoid all his issues in his life. And he's watching for these fires. And then basically at the end he has to leave because the fires are coming up to the tower. And he has to face these decisions that he's made in his life. And it just mirrored my life. So like video games are incredible. I'm telling you, you can learn so much from them. But back to your point.
I forget my point.
Well,
Tell me about.
yeah. Why don't I take 3 months off? And
I
I
understand now
was
why you
able
can't
to,
because
yeah.
you did that already. Tell me
Right.
about your biggest heartbreak and how that affected you and how you recovered from that.
Oof. Well, I've had multiple heartbreaks, but I would say the biggest one because it hit me. It was very blindsiding, and that was this last relationship, which came crashing down at the same time as my career because I was just so burnt out. Um, that it basically was, and I'm not being dramatic, it was a death of self. And I could finally understand when people are depressed, right? They sometimes they're suicidal and they want to kill themselves. They want to end it because the pain and the suffering is so bad. It's just an indication that the life that you're living right now is not in alignment with you, and therefore that person that you are, you know, whatever habits, whatever environment you're in, like all of that needs to die so that you can be reborn and lead a new life.
Wait,
So
why does
that,
it need to die and not just be changed?
well, I don't mean actually physically die. That's what some people do is they take their life and they end it completely. So I'm saying it does need to change drastically. So it's like you are killing the old self. You are doing away with the old life. So that can be death, change, transformation. I'm just saying that some people that feel suicidal think they actually have to physically kill themselves. And it's like, no, you just have to make drastic changes that are going to feel like a soul death. Like it's going to feel like death, but you're going to survive it. Don't worry. Yeah, so that's what happened to me. And it's been about a year and a half. since that happened. And I've just been on the upward trend.
I'm glad you're on the upward trend. When you said you like your first love, you had a just want to be with them, and you kept going back, and even though it was toxic, can you easily identify toxic traits in people now? Or do you think that's a weakness of yours where maybe you can identify them, but you still go back to them?
I can pick up on it really well. I think that's what made my last relationship so devastating, was because I was so honest, so transparent, so communicative. I challenged myself, and she lied, not out of being a malicious or bad person, but just she wasn't completely comfortable with herself, so she just built lie on top of lie. So that was why it was such a rug pull for me, because my gut kept telling me something's up. But I just didn't listen to myself. So now I know, like that was like the nail in the coffin, that I will always trust my intuition and make sure that people's actions match their words. No matter how kind, no matter how sweet, loving they are, like the actions have to match the words. And yeah, it's tough. Relationships can be so oof.
It is. How many times have your heart been broken by women versus men?
Ooh. So 3 women I was in love with, and those were heartbreaking. Those were really difficult. I'm not friends with any of them. Like, I wish them well, but the way that things ended, it's just like we're better off growing our separate ways. I've never been in love with a man. Like, I've had love for men, but never like this intense romance, like in love type stuff. Yeah.
Do you think it's possible, or do you think that the attraction to men is more just lust and not having anything to do with the heart?
So that's a really deep question, just because I didn't grow up with like a father as a role model. Like, he was the cause of the stress and like the divide. Well, he was a major source of that pain. So like there was no trust there. And so I think there's a lot of subconscious stuff going on as well. But I like, there's so much I admire about men too. There's probably some envy there as well.
Go deeper into the envy. What do you envy about men?
Ever since I was younger, it was just this, like, admiring the stark differences. Men are physically stronger, physically bigger, and like they're depended on. Like, there's so much to admire about men. And I also didn't like have that in my family, so I think because I saw it elsewhere, it was like, wow, like it's just something more to be admired, and but it's also rare, I guess.
I kind of have
I'm
the. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just like struggling to put the words together.
I kind of have the opposite view where I kind of envy women because men tend to have a little bit more freedom, but women, if they want, like in Gilmore Girls, they have a line that says like, "Oh, we could just marry rich." Like, I love how we always have that option, and it's like, as a young man, like I was very lucky at when I met my first love, and older, like in my teen years, I was in shape, I was boxing, like, and I had that that body, and I had like that thing to have some of the girls attracted to me. But when you're like 18, you know, like 16 to like 17, 18 is like a lot of guys come into their own, and some guys can go to the gym like once and get decent bodies. And it's like, okay, it's not that special anymore. There's a lot of guys that they have cars and they have good jobs and they have families that have things. And, you know, I had an apartment at 19, so that was cool, but still like, it wasn't that much. Like some guys had really cool cars and they had decent jobs. They were going to college, and it's, you know, you had to offer something or be something as a man to get women, where women, it didn't matter. You could work at McDonald's, and a lot of the,
There's a lot of pressure on men.
yeah, a lot of people that die in war are men. Most people that commit suicide are men. Most victims of violent crimes are men. And it's like a lot of people, like, just a lot of men just don't have that, people that love them. You have to provide something. And that's why I really like Best Friends Animal Society. I like animal charities, because because men don't get a lot of that, unless you offer something, or you have something special. It's like the only way they get love is really through like dogs that are just like love machines, and sometimes cats do. So I was just jealous of women that you could be not in shape. You could not do anything. You could just be yourself. You could just be a lazy piece of shit. And there's a bunch of men that'll be lining up, and that'll just love you. Just, and it's like, fuck. Like that's so. But then obviously as I got older, on the opposite end of that, I learned that, like, okay, they just want you just because you're a hole that they can fuck. And it's like, a lot of guys don't really love you for you. They just want to just stick their dick in something. And it's a lot of women, and women have to be very cautious of that, because like, publicly, if you're a guy that gets a lot of girls, cool, you can, if you're seen with a beautiful woman, other beautiful women will think, like, even if they don't know who you are, even if they don't know what type of social status you have or where you are in the dominant hierarchy, but that you're with a beautiful woman, you have to have some value, and they'll like you because of that. But there's, hi kitty, but there's a lot of women out there that they, if they're seen with a man, they'll think like, oh yeah, this girl has been pounded to the hills, and you know, she's like, for every girl that a guy is with, it elevates his status, but for every guy that a girl is with, it tends to like demote their status. And it's like, so girls have a very hard time with that. They have to be very choosy and very quickly, because a lot of men, especially as they get successful, they tend to value youth and younger women. And you know, by the time women are a little bit older, it's hard to compete with the younger women. So I was very jealous of girls when I was younger, and now I don't envy y'all at all, because you guys have it very, very rough. I forget what we were talking about.
No, that's it. You were basically saying how you admire women, opposite of me, like how I admire men. And it's just an interesting perspective. But that's the cool thing, is that completely we're just very different. Like men and women, like we all have feminine and masculine energy. Some of them, it might look different in other, like there's some very feminine men, and I think everybody has a place, including women. Like some women can be extremely masculine. Uh, both sides have unique experiences, and just so many different walks of life as well. Like you may be a woman, but you grew up differently, or you're in another country, or you look different, and it kind of brings it even deeper to that we really do have to think about, like, check ourselves when we want to judge others, because I don't think men have it easy. Like, I think there's a lot of pressure on men. I think there's a lot of pressure on all of us, especially, like, yeah, we have a lot of luxuries, and we're blessed to have a lot of things in modern society, but the modern society, I think there's some more stress that people in the older days didn't have before either. And living in America, yes, capitalism, there's a lot of opportunity, but there's also a dark side to that too, and just this constant work and burnout, and women want to be taken care of. At least the average woman, if we're talking about a traditional relationship, like, they stay at home, they need to raise the kids, they can't work a full-time job and raise a baby. Like, that's a lot of stress. Some women can do it, but the average woman can't. But with the housing prices rising and the economy changing, like, that's a lot of stress on a man too. Yeah, it's just, I can see both sides.
Yeah, same. It's hard for everyone. When you were growing up, you mentioned that you and your brother had the same things, like being attracted to the same sex. How did that affect friendships? Like, did you have people that, like, do you have like guy friends that were just like, yeah, you like Lord of the Rings, you like WWE, and you thought that you were just like growing out, but then it turns out that they kind of just wanted to be with you in like a romantic way?
That happened a lot. I dressed like a tomboy, like, really skater chick, like, and
Hell yeah.
I'd be called a boy all the time. I'd be the only girl at the skate park, and so I was bullied a lot for that. Especially from my friends' parents. I'd get, like, looks, just like as soon as I come down the stairs, they're picking me up to go, like, play. The looks would just say everything, and that made me really self-conscious from a young age. Um, but yes, I did have a lot of guy friends that I thought were so cool, and but then they'd end up, you know, I like you, I want to be with you.
How
But
did you
also,
handle that? Like, how did you let them down?
um, I was really shy. I was not outspoken at all. Like, sometimes I was like a mute. It took me a long time to be able to, like, speak. So I think I would just, I mean, as a child, you can't really ghost, but I would just, maybe I just didn't reciprocate. But I didn't have girlfriends either. Like, I didn't date a girl until I was 17, and then I went back into hiding after that too. Yeah.
Yeah, I get that. It's like that zombie. God, what's the name of that movie with Woody Harrelson, Emma Stone, Zombieland?
Yeah,
The
that's a
Zombieland
good
quote,
movie.
where one of them says like it's tough growing up in Zombieland, and the other one says like, well, it's tough growing up, like in general, like it. Yeah,
Mhm.
it is. Um, I was very lucky because the first love that I had was she was just very upfront, and which I think helped the autism. She was just like she she basically quoted that 70s show where she goes up to me and kisses me, and I was like, oh, and she's like, I just want to know what it was like, and I was like, oh. And I that was it. Fell in love right there.
That's cool.
No, that was great. And I just thinking about it now, like she was ahead of me in so many ways because I wouldn't get that type of confidence until like years later, and she just had it from like a very young age. I was like, fuck, that's so cool. Like there's some things that there's a lot of guys that I know that I've kind of helped with. I was like, bro, like it's just a girl. She's just a person. Just be yourself. And even the girls that don't know who I am, what I found is that if you're just yourself and you just don't care what people think, like, and you wear like Nintendo shirts and you talk about Gilmore Girls and Pokemon, and like, even if you just talk about them with passion, that they're attracted to, like, so what's it like from a girl's point of view? What have you done that guys are just attracted to? Obviously, like your looks is going to be a huge thing, but is there anything that you've done where like, oh shit, like you know a lot about Lord of the Rings, you know a lot about Tony Hawk, like what have you done or said that guys just like, they kind of looked at you one way, but now they look at you like, oh, girl, you.
Video games for sure. Which I don't need a lot of. I mean, we have social media, but I have not met a lot of women in my life that play games. So they like that. When I was younger, they liked that I skated because I was down to do anything. Like I loved going fishing. Like I will get down and dirty. Like I will do all those things. I like to fix things and build things. So, for a guy that's relatable and it's like, yo, that's cool, that's unique. But also, I've always been somewhat reserved and shy, and I try to be present to the people that I'm talking to, and people like to be seen and heard. So I think that's another quality that they'll just pick up on. And everybody wants to be seen and listened to and understood. So I think that that's a quality that people look for. And sometimes they can get me in trouble because then people feel like it's mixed signals, and then someone gets hurt, and it's just like I don't want to hurt people either. But I've kind of like I'm better at just being more direct and communicative now, so that there's less of, what do you call that? Like sometimes we build fantasies about other people because things are unspoken, and so that's why I'm really big on communication too.
I love that. What is you mentioned before, we talked before a bit about the lessons taken from cartoons and shows. What's one of the tenets of those lessons, whether it be from like Sailor Moon or Inspector Gadget or Recess, that you've applied to real life countless times?
Ooh. Ooh. Hmm. Like honesty really sticks out. And I'm not gonna sit here and be like, I've been honest my entire life. I've never lied. But I know what it feels like to do something that goes against your principles. And I learned really quick. Like even when I was in my early 20s, I cheated once, and never again. Like it was the worst feeling. I felt so disgusted with myself. I wasn't even really worried about the other person. I'm like, I'm better than this. Like, why am I in a relationship if I want to look elsewhere? So, honesty and trust, doing the right thing, even if it doesn't always feel good. And as I'm talking about this, I keep thinking about Avatar. This is such a good show.
I love Avatar so much. Have you seen the first season of the live action?
No, I have not seen the live action. Is it good?
So the first season, there was a time in the first episode where I was like, oh, I don't like this. But then it's good. And then the second season is really good. The second season just came out like 2 weeks ago of the live action, and the girl they got for Toph is like really good. And I was like, oh yes. And then the movie comes out in the animated movie comes out in like a couple weeks. So I'm very excited for that. Avatar
A couple
season.
weeks?
Yeah, on Paramount.
I had no idea. Okay.
Yeah, I'm so it's supposed to be where like they're in their 20s, and there's a random airbender that nobody's ever heard of, and it's like it looks really cool, and I'm very excited for it because I am the third most amount of Angs in VeVe. I have the third most amount of Sokkas in VeVe. I only have one Katara because I'm saying I want to get the most amount of tops on VeVe because she's my hero.
How many Angs do you have?
Like 72.
Oh my god.
It's a lot of Angs, yeah.
So a few weeks ago, I was looking at purchasing an Aang, and I couldn't remember like how much it was.
It's like $20, I think.
Was it the special rare one?
Oh, the secret rare is like 160. I don't have any secret rare.
Oh, you don't?
I just have
I want
like
to be the first.
72 common.
I'm just looking it up.
Yeah, I'll take a look at it right now.
Yeah.
And just go to the stacker, and oh gosh, my body. Ang. Secret rare is 128.
128. That's how many you have?
Well, oh no, he's only $128.
Okay. The Spirit World one?
Yeah. Yeah, he's only $128. The commons are $15. So I have 76 of them actually. Maybe I should get one. But again, I'm gonna save for Toph because I'm gonna get a bunch of her. She's the best.
I love Toph too. Do you remember in the cartoon series of Avatar: Last Airbender? Do you remember when Zuko is on the beach with his sister? I forgot her name.
Azula,
and they're around the fire, and I want to say Aang is there too. Like they're all just kind of having this. No, maybe it's their other friends. They're having a powwow.
yeah, Mai and Ty Lee are there.
Okay, yeah, they're other friends. I can't remember how that conversation went, but I just remember I felt, whoa, this is like really cool because they were. You froze for a second. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, they're like giving like not sob stories, but like how their life was difficult.
Yeah, it just seemed kind of like a turning point. Something was changing in their hearts or something, and I need to rewatch that episode. But it basically brought me back to when you were asking like certain things you've learned from these shows, and I know that I learned something from that moment because it was one of my favorite episodes. That scene too.
Yeah, that's a great one. Avatar in general has, despite the fact that we were a little older when we saw that, because aired from 05 to 09, and there was so many other things came before that, like Rugrats and Angry Beavers and Hey Arnold and Fairly Odd Parents and Jimmy Neutron. And Fairly Odd Parents didn't really have a lesson. Jimmy Neutron kind of did. Hey Arnold definitely did, but Avatar just is Avatar the cartoon that you think inculcated in you the best lessons?
Yeah. Like outside of video games, yes. That was such a real that show. Gosh. I'm gonna rewatch it again at some point.
Good. So good. Love it. What video games taught you the best lessons? I know you mentioned Legend of Zelda before, but what else?
Man, I've played so many. Are we talking about like old games or any games?
Any game.
Okay, Firewatch is up there.
Okay.
The Life is Strange series. Firewatch, I think it's do you have any consoles right now?
I don't. I have like a Switch one. But I don't really play. I don't play it. I should. I just don't.
I think it's on Switch One. I think the original Switch. Life is Strange series is really good. Like they're becoming of age stories. Even just the act of persevering, like getting through levels that are really difficult. like even Super Mario. Trying to like my brain's like, you know, when you go through like the CD discs, and it's just like
Yeah. Oh my God. Do you remember the time where just like, I want to listen to this song? So while you're still driving, you eject the CD, you put it there, you take another CD out, you know how many buttons to skip.
yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
That was the time. Before this, I had in like the last 40 minutes before we got on, I wrote the blurb and I watched. Do you remember the React channel? They were originally called the Find Those on YouTube.
I don't know. I'd have to see it.
They had like elders react to this or teens react to this, and one of the things was teens reacting to the Encyclopedia Britannica, and this was from like 10 years ago, and there was like, yeah, this is what we had to use. We like there was no like in a book report you couldn't do, you know, you only had like one thing, everything else had to be this, and I liked that. I like keeping tabs on what the younger generation is going through and what they're on. If you were to have kids right now, what would be the thing that you would show them to like teach them morals, aside from being like, you know, you yourself as a parent? What's something that you would be comfortable leaving something on the TV running that the kids would get something out of?
Definitely some of those cartoons. Like I would be fine leaving them with Avatar. I would want them to play some games too. Like I would teach them balance. But there's so much to explore and learn in games. Like I think it depends on the game for sure. Is there a lot to learn from Grand Theft Auto? Yeah. Like how you shouldn't live in this life, in my opinion. Um, and I'm just gonna say it. I think I really value the teachings. Oh, I think you're frozen. Oh, there you go.
I heard I really value the teachings of.
Yeah. Um, of the Bible, like speaking from somebody that is just looking to navigate life and lead a good life without being this like religious person. Like there doesn't have to be religion tied to it. I think that's what draws a lot of people away from it, is like religion looks like this and I don't want to be that, and it's like it's okay because it's a private relationship that you're cultivating inside you, and it doesn't have to look and feel like anybody else's. And so I would want to teach them some of those principles. Like if you just open one up and you just see some of the lessons and the quotes, like that one I gave you from Parthenix, with the dragon. No, that's not from the Bible, but it's stuff like that. It's like, whoa, that's life changing. And now that I've lived for 36 years, like it actually makes sense. So honestly speaking, yes, I would, not from a religious sense, but just it is a remarkable book when you pick it up and you actually like read it.
I love that. It's a great answer.
How about you?
So the normal Rugrat, like the stuff that I enjoyed, Rugrats, and there's some lessons there. Angry Beavers was just fun. Like there wasn't really a ton of lessons. Jimmy Neutron, there's a little lessons. Fairly Odd Parents, there's a couple of things, but not really. Even Cat Dog, there's a couple of lessons mixed in, but there's the Rocko's Modern Life also had a couple of
Oh
things.
my god.
I know, right?
Forgot about that. What were your least favorite shows that that would come on?
So, so my grandma's, and I had a couple younger cousins, and I hated Arthur. I hated Teletubbies. I hated the Disney Channel. I was like, bro, this sucks. Like, this is not good. These are not good. Like, these are not good cartoons. They're not fun. And I know that Arthur now has such a big following because a lot of memes and a lot of stuff, but like a lot of the stuff just wasn't. And I distinctly remember watching a couple of the Disney Channel stuff, and it just wasn't good. Now there was one show, Recess. Have you seen that?
Yeah, Recess.
That was so good, and that gave a lot of lessons, and that was just, oh my God, that was great. And that was probably the best thing that it had done in the 90s up until probably, like, I know Kim Possible everyone loved, and Phineas and Ferb everybody loved. I was kind of we were adults when that came out, so I didn't watch it. But Gravity Falls was so good, and I loved that.
I don't think I saw that one.
Oh my
That's
God.
so weird. Wait,
10 out of 10 would recommend. I didn't see it until I was an adult. I didn't see it until I was like 27. And then I watched it. I was like, holy shit, this is great.
Oh, yeah. So, like, wait, what? That was 2012.
Yeah, so
Because
I didn't see it until like years later after it.
that's the thing. You know what's funny is around that time I had friends or whatever, like my friends at that time.
Yeah.
It's like a date. We're just two people spilling our lives. But I remember I watched Flapjack around that time. You remember Flapjack?
I've seen like one or two episodes. I know what it is, but I've never really sat down and watched it.
It kind of looks like it's the same artist. But I just remember I had certain friends that were like, "You still watch cartoons?" And I'm like, "Yeah, why not?" And so there was a time that I'm like, "Oh, I guess I need to act more like I need to do more adult things. So I'm going to start drinking and going to the club." And here I am. Now I'm just like, I just am Pokemon, and I don't give a shit. Yeah. Yes, it's such a good card.
Oh God, I love you so much.
Also, by the way, there's not 100,000 of those. I think like there's 13,000 PSA 10s.
Hell yeah. I have that every single stream that I'm in. I also have my Squirtle Squad sunglasses thing that I got when I was with you.
Much.
Oh gosh, hold on. I don't know. All right. Okay, there we go. It's on.
What does your schedule look like the next month? Because Card Party's next month in Fort Lauderdale.
What's it called? Card Party?
Card Party, yeah.
What date is it next month?
Check.
Double
it's like, I guess I've never been to one, but it's one of the big ones.
Let me know what it is. I have something on the weekend of the 13th, and then I think something on the weekend of the 27th, but I might not need to do that. So
actually, I was wrong. It's July 24th through the 26th.
That's very soon. That's next week.
I thought it was August.
Yeah, that's very soon. I don't think I'll be able to do much with that.
But I mean, there's shows. We'll figure something out.
Okay, we'll totally do that.
If not, there's Japan. There's always Japan.
We're just two girls collecting Pokemon.
Yeah.
Squirtle gang blanging. The chain is blanging. Oh, thanks, Booth. We'll talk about that a little bit more off camera, I guess. I know you tend to go to bed a little bit earlier than I do, so I imagine it's getting late. And we've gone for almost 4.5 hours, so we could totally end. Yeah, and we'll talk off camera for a second as well. Everyone say thank you to Ash, and everyone say goodbye to Dashie. Bye-bye, Dashie. We
need to do this again, and we'll dive into like other.
Yes,
lore,
I know this was more just like about you, and we never really got too much into like the best fandoms that we love, but we'll totally do that again.
Well, there's just so much to explore. to do
Oh,
it.
we could do, I could do this for another 20 hours. Like I
Oh,
got,
I could too.
oh, good. Yes. Okay.
But I do have
Um,
a baby shower I'm going to in the morning to Orlando.
yes. So we have to, yeah, we'll end it here. We'll talk off camera for a little bit. Thank you. Everyone said bye-bye to Dashi. Thanks. Crazy. I
Thank
love
you
you.
guys.